you have something that you have in your card? I'll just take a picture.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name's Steve Knobloch, Mayor of San Clemente, and this is the special meeting of the City Council, Tuesday, January the 14th, 5 p.m. And before we begin the meeting, City Clerk, did you have a comment, announcement to make?
Yes. First, we'll note for the record that all members of the council are present, and this item is emergency wildfire preparedness, accepting donations, approving and accepting waivers from volunteers, authorizing negotiation and execution of rights of entry agreements, finding the activities exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And I wanted to note that we have placed at the dais for council, in the back of the council chambers for the public and online, the liability waiver release and assumption of risk agreement for volunteer wildfire abatement activities that council will be discussing tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Yes.
can we open up this meeting in recognition of a firefighter that passed away here, Kevin Skinner, a week ago?
Absolutely.
All right.
I think you just did that.
I just did that.
Would you like to add anything else to that, Victor?
I would just add that, he was, I think, a local resident, but he passed away in the line of duty with, I think, a heart attack while fighting a fire. In recognition of what we're doing here with fire and the rest of the thing, I think it's good to remember the firefighters that are doing so much in our community.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's begin our meeting. We don't have a scheduled invocation, but let's open with a Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Wu, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. Please follow me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the members of the City Council for changing their schedules to accommodate this special meeting to discuss critical issues facing our community. First of all, let me thank the professionals at the Orange County Fire Authority for their amazing service. For 2 years, we've had above-average rainfall followed by significant Santa Ana winds and exposure, which has exposed us to some real danger here in San Clemente. Although the city has aggressive and relatively effective weed abatement program, there are areas in our community that present a potential fire hazard which need immediate action to be taken. Staff has prepared a few slides to illustrate these issues, including the border with the Rancho Mission Viejo, Camp Pendleton, and other city open spaces, canyons, and hillside areas. Our primary responsibility as elected officials is to the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of San Clemente. For that purpose, I'm asking us to take some extra precautions to better prepare the community for a potential fire. These include both personnel and county-wide preparations. I'd like to see us declare next week a Wildfire Prevention Week in San Clemente. Orange County Fire Authority has created a list of things that every household can do to prepare for the wildfire event. This information has been placed on the city website and can be found also on the Orange County Fire Authority website. I encourage each household to review the information, be diligent in their preparations to clear at least 150 feet of your home of debris, weeds, and other flammable material, and beyond 100 feet if that's possible. You should also hopefully have a go kit with several days of necessary items, including medicine, important documents, and other items. Other suggestions are also included on the websites. The main purpose of today's meeting is to discuss and to address the countywide preparations, and we'll be hearing more about that from our staff and from our representative on the Orange County Fire Authority Board. I'd also like to invite the City Council to provide direction to create a city-led, volunteer-based effort to create and enhance fire breaks that could help protect lives and personal property in the city, and also to assist in other potential emergency situations. We currently have an organization coordinated by FEMA called CERT, the Community Emergency Reserve Team. It's a three-city collaboration between Dana Point, San Juan Capistrano, and San Clemente. There've been a handful of people involved in this, and we want our local organization to coordinate with the CERT organization because they provide training. But the actual oversight and need, I think, is crucial to have our people here in San Clemente coordinating that and directing our local efforts. Some volunteer groups have already have been contacted and are eager to help. Others, after official invitation by the City Council, a more comprehensive recruitment process will take place, and these will provide assistance, give opportunities. People will be given opportunity to serve their community. Volunteers will need to sign a waiver before participating, which is on the city's website and available at the back of the chambers, as the city clerk mentioned. Another way residents can assist in this effort is to volunteer with the Fire Watch on our backside by Talega, by Rancho Mission Viejo. There's an ongoing, regular effort to basically be prepared to spot fires and problems that need immediate addressing. To help with this effort, I've reached out to local business members who have been very helpful. We want to thank Denalt's Hardware, Lowe's, and Ganal Lumber for donating around a dozen chainsaws and other equipment that our volunteers will need to assist our city in canyon and wild area fire mitigation. What I'm looking for today is also to ask the City Council to support in ratifying the city manager's acceptance of these donations of equipment and supplies. For the abatement activities occurring on sites not owned by the city, I'd like to see our City Council authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute right of entries with property owners and HOAs. The current weather conditions present an emergency for immediate action. Accordingly, I would propose that the City Council determine that this project be statutorily and categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under California Resources Code 21080, subdivision B4, and CEQA guidelines, section 15269, subsection C, which exempts specific actions necessary to prevent or mitigate an emergency. And this project is intended to reduce the risk of potentially imminent and severe destructive wildfires within our city because of the Santa Ana events. Finally, I'm pleased to announce that in the near future, OCFA will conduct a community forum to educate the community on wildfire safety preparedness. My fellow council members, with that being said, do any of you have any questions for staff? If not, City Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
We do have two public comments. Amanda Quintanilla, followed by James Gilbert.
And I know the city of Laguna Beach, next slide, has this program for goats. It's been, they've been working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife for years on this. And I spoke with the Department of Fish and Wildlife today, and despite that this is going to be exempt from CEQA, it does not authorize the incidental of taking of species under the Endangered Species Act, and that's something that we need to be aware of, and for proper documentation also for Brudea philophila and other threatened and endangered species. So I think that's really important to work with them and to get a plan in effect, a fuel modification plan such as Laguna Beach has. In 2023 and 2024, next slide please, it was Vonnie Barnes who I presented this PowerPoint presentation to make sure that, one, a ridge roadway for access is basically looked into, that we should, right now, under the guidelines, it's under 12 feet, and it actually should be 16 feet on having these roadways, access roadways for fire, for OCFA to get through. And according to PRC 421-4291, which requires owners, operators, agencies of structures located on fire-prone areas to maintain 100-foot defensible fire zones around the business structures, even when the zone extends onto adjacent properties such as Rancho San Clemente Community Association, Business Park Association, and/or city property with written permission from adjacent property owners. And so I think it's imperative that, it's great to listen to our residents, such as Mike Kay, who presented the goats to handle the dry brush, also to take in consideration the concerns that Bonnie and Tom Barnes had regarding the emergency access roads, and making sure that they have an ability to have 2 vehicles going down the streets, and to have, safety as a goal to maintain in our areas in the backcountry. So these are just some suggestions: pave and widen a half-mile-long segment of the trail system adjacent and seaward to the Sea Ridge Estates, repair and replace rusty entry gates at the 14 access ways to the Ridgeline roadway, repair, renovate entry access ways from the Ridgeline roadway to picnic tables and benches stationed. And so I think it's just imperative that, that with the advent of all the fires, that we also look for other things. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of the city clerk?
Certainly.
Is there a way to get these slides put up on our screens? Wasn't that something that we did before? Yeah, they're not, it's not coming up on the monitors,
On our monitors, they're not coming.
these monitors. Oh, they're not turned on, okay.
Next public comment?
James Gilbert.
Hi. I've lived in the city for almost 40 years, and I thought about this idea like when the thing in Hawaii happened. I don't know if you've heard of, like they have a pump track, like for skateboarding, roller skating, or some people call it like a snake run, like if you have kind of like a pump track with sides on it. And they're talking about spending billions of dollars for this. I don't know which places they could make it, but there might be some places where outside some neighborhoods, they could put that, like a snake run that goes up and down. Like I have kind of a picture of it right here. Kind of, if you can understand, it goes down, like around and then come up and down. It can be used as a drainage ditch, a fire blockage.
Could you speak in the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone can hear you.
So basically, you could put a snake run on the outside of the communities, billions being spent for fire prevention. It'll be used as a fire block and drainage ditch. So you could have, right at the bottom of it, you could have like, for the drains and everything. And basically, it won't have to have workers working every year, to cut it, because cement will block the fires. And it would be also used for skateboarding, roller skating, rollerblading, scooters, bikes. I actually, I live in San Clemente, but I got like, I know I tried to get the skate park expanded, and this, pickleball people stole the land. But basically, I right before COVID, I helped get almost all the signatures for the thing, and I got at least 5,000 to 10,000 signatures for, the skate park over there they're being built. So without me, that park wouldn't be being built. So it'd be a really fun, really fun for people. They can make it into a park, plus, be a fire prevention thing. And, they're getting billions of dollars, so I don't know how many millions San Clemente could possibly get for that. They could do that with other communities too. So maybe with high winds, it might help block some of it, but, you have that whole cement there right around the thing. There'll be really good to protect it, and it'd be super good for the community too, and be like a park they could use. And almost everybody when I was in San Juan actually signed the thing, and they got like 3.2 million for it. So Carrie Ferguson, she was the ex-mayor of San Juan. If you know who she is, you could get in contact with her, and I gave her tons of signatures for it, and it got them the money for it. So maybe you could even use that as a fact that this would be interesting for the community. Plus, instead of them just going out there and getting some worker, hopefully every year to, get the thing blocked. I mean, I'm thinking that plants and all that all there, so they'll have a boundary, which sometimes they don't even do right away. You know, you'll have a nice covering right around the area there for, to prevent fires. And it wouldn't probably cost that much at all. You could get, like, I think for the skate park, they got like, yeah, you know, so much, it wouldn't cost that much money for somebody to design it too, you know what I mean?
Thank
If
you
you
ver-
have that much money, it'd be pretty easy.
Thank you for your
and, know,
comments, sir.
yeah,
Appreciate
okay,
it.
thanks.
Madam Clerk, any other comments, public
No
comments?
additional public comments.
My fellow council members, do you have any comments? Victor?
I wanted to add to you, and thank you for your leadership in this area. I don't know if you'd finished with your statement. I didn't
No,
want to step on
no,
it.
go right ahead, go right ahead.
Because we've done a couple of things together, and then I've done some things independently. The meeting with the ranch, I think, was rather significant. I mean, they border our town, and you setting up the meeting with them to discuss what kinds of remedies, what we could do with them, and they came up with some good ideas that I think we're going to take to maybe other cities, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit. But even now, maybe the grazing might be permitted. We learned some things that we probably can't do, but it's beginning the discussion with our neighbors to figure out what exactly are the limitations of what we can do and what we can't do. The meeting today, I wanted to talk a little bit about Mike Kay, because Mike Kay has done an amazing job for this city. It's a project that we started with the goats. Actually, to be quite truthful, when he came to me with that idea, I thought it was a little bit crazy to put goats out. But here we are now, and the goats are a thing. And even a lot of these groups are saying, well, it's a very natural, environmentally safe way to do it, to take a lot of the brush away. You and I went today and met with him where we are. He is, I should say, and he deserves the credit because he's doing this on a volunteer basis right now. He is setting up a goat pen on city property, and he's assigned an area where we're going to allow goats to graze. We did this at the city council meeting a couple of months ago, and we're going to try it to see if we can clear some of the hillside. And Andy, later on, maybe you may want to talk a little bit more about that project. But I really wanted to thank him, Mike. I don't know if he's here, but Mike, thank you for his effort. He, just a backstory, he had his house burnt down in a fire in Northern California. So he is really concerned with fires and fire safety, and he was a volunteer fireman for years, and so he really deserves a credit for kickstarting this. I know personally that he's been out in the mountains in the evening on fire watch at night looking for fires, and that's a thankless job, but he's, you know, as an individual citizen, it's amazing that someone will say, let's do that. And the program you talked about that the ranch is running, I think you're going to put that information up. It's great information. We have people, volunteers, that watch during the day mostly during this red zone when we have high fire risk. They go out and observe on a 2-hour basis and look to see if there's smoke or fire or activity there that shouldn't be happening. So that's one of the projects that
Just to follow up, if I could, Victor, on that goat
Sure,
project.
absolutely.
You know, when Mike Kay came in here months and months ago, he mentioned this at numerous council meetings. And the city manager set up a pilot program for a 10-acre area by Hermosa Park, right there where the homes are westward. There's a 10-acre parcel. He's going to be taking goats at about a 1-acre segment over the course of about 3 months, just to see how it works. And the nice thing is, he's doing this totally gratis, just to prove a concept. Other cities have done it. Laguna Beach, out in Temecula, they have a huge fire mitigation program with goats. They eat the underbrush, and he's careful not to allow the goats to eat down to the ground, so that now we have mudslide areas. So it's really an inexpensive environmentally friendly project. I wish we'd have started a few months earlier. We could be talking about the success now as opposed to saying it's coming on site very, very soon. But
Steve, you and I were out there this afternoon. I just want to show these weeds that are growing out there are no moisture. They're ready to burn.
Totally
They sit
tender.
about 12 feet high. Our entire hillsides are filled with this. And when you walk, which we walked, they're a foot deep. So if these caught fire, those hillsides would be up in flames very easily. So, you know, one of the reasons that I think this initiative that you have is so important is that we think, you know, this all happened in LA, but we're still at risk here, and we need to take this seriously. One other thing, a couple other things. I was elected last year to be the City of San Clemente representative to Cal Cities. Cal Cities has representatives from all the cities in Orange County. And what I raised at the first meeting is that we need to take on this fire issue for all the cities in San Clemente, and we have taken that on. We're going to meet, discuss the best practices, because what we do here in this city and what other cities do, we can possibly learn from. We talked about at that meeting, you know, how some of these fires were started. Some of them have been started by homeless people that are living in the canyons, and I know that's something that you want to address also, looking at how we can clear and mitigate the damage in the canyons. We at Cal Cities are also looking at which cities have a reservoir or need additional reservoirs in order to meet the water needs in this dangerous time when we have a potential fire risk. We're also going to meet with the OCFA and review their policies and make sure that they're up to speed and they're not in the same situation that LA was. And as you mentioned, one of the things that OCFA had mentioned is you got to be ready. You have to have that go bag with your important documents, because you just never know when there's a fire that's going to happen, and know what your evacuation routes are. When we first started this goats project, I was concerned about the insurance rate, and I'm still involved about the insurance rates, and that's one of the things that we're going to do at Cal Cities too, is take a look and meet with some of the insurance companies to see what cities can do as a whole to reduce the rate for their cities. And we know that there's certain programs that we've discussed today earlier that can be done. I also met with Congressman Levin, and told him about the need to underground some of the wires that we have in the back of San Clemente, because that's also one of the serious risks that we have for starting fires. So he is going to take a look to see if he becomes a member of the Appropriations Committee, or even if he doesn't, to see if there's any money for undergrounding some of the wires on the back of San Clemente where traditionally you've had some fire start. And that would also avoid the problem that we've seen here these past couple of months, where you get the notice that we're going to turn off the electricity in Talega or other parts of the city, and it'll address that. Today, I also met with, as you know, I was appointed by this City Council to the OCFA board. So even at the OCFA now, we're starting, as a director of the Orange County Fire Authority Board, we're starting to look at what our budget will look like for next year, where the priorities will be. We're going to address all the same issues that we need for the entire county. So I think we're on the right path. And I also want to say, I want to contrast what our Orange County Fire Department is doing here in Orange County with what was done by the state of California and by LA. A particular concern to me as we start confronting this issue, you know, they held a special session in last week of the Assembly, not to address the fires or the money for the fires, but to address how you fight the Trump administration on issues and putting money there. I would hope that we can communicate somehow to the leaders in Sacramento that the most important thing is addressing these fires, looking how we supplement and appropriate for our fire safety, and not think about how we fight another administration that in advance of what they're doing. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Mr. Lawfer, comments?
Yeah, a quick question for staff. Is there any matrix in the city already that has areas identified where they might be environmentally impacted by work that we do there?
Councilmember Loeffler, we do have maps that identify the conservation easements that the city has. In fact, we were looking, for example, the city owns a very large parcel behind the Target store. And about half of that area is anticipated to be in a conservation easement to protect different kinds of flora and fauna as well as animals and whatnot. And about half of it is not. And it's the area that's closest to the store and closest to the road that is not. So yeah, we're trying to be very conscious about where we would try to reduce these fire hazards and make sure that we're doing it in an environmentally conscious way.
Okay. And we can always also, I think, look at our city ordinances. And I know a lot of cities have a ordinance or a policy that they don't do certain activities during red flag warnings. Some types of construction, some types of landscaping. I know right in the middle of our Santa Anas, we were trimming dry palm fronds. I mean, we were going with our normal activity. Maybe we should look at that. And were you going to talk about Firewise, Andy, at all? Because Firewise is an organization, it might be an opportunity for HOAs primarily, can form a Firewise group within an HOA. They form a 501c3 and become a fire-aware organization. And that allows them to get lots of federal grants that are available to do things like mitigation, sometimes roofing, the vents that close, all kinds of fancy things, and the money seems to be available. I have a friend that's runs a Firewise up near Yosemite, and they get lots of money. And all it is just making the organization 501c3, but they're an HOA. So that might be an opportunity also if we could promote that. And I think that's all my comments for now.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that is we're applying for grants for those very kinds of programs. I think they become important to the city as well. We're trying to find ways to improve our, what they call the ISO rating, which is an insurance rating, to allow our residents not only to keep their fire insurance, but to try to reduce the cost of their fire insurance. And there's some programs that we are looking into to try and see if we can do that for the residents, because we've actually had some residents that have lost their fire insurance, and those that haven't are finding steep increases in those. And a lot of that is community preparation. So if we can do some of these things, I think we can save our residents money.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I'm a representative for San Clemente for the Cal Cities Fire Insurance Committee, and we're making a lot of really good inroads here in the last few months with the FAIR program and trying to get insurance companies to come back and doing things like the city will do this or the residents will do this if you'll come back. And I know this is going to have an effect on that progress, but I'm sure it's going to come into a matter of still working in that direction with Cal Cities to see if we can maintain our insurance and possibly improve it in the future.
I have a question just for the staff. I would just like to hear from you. What has the city been doing well in terms of fire prevention and mitigation? And then what can we do better?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. We had a chance to talk with our fire chief, and he is in constant communication with the Orange County Fire Authority Fire Marshal, who is assigned to go out and be preventative. The fire marshal is kind of more preventative, where the firefighters are, a little bit after the fact. And so one of the things that San Clemente does very well is we have a very aggressive weed abatement program. I think it's as good as anyone in the county. There's still some areas that we need to be, a little bit more careful with. There are some areas that can be improved. But again, one of the things is, I think the mayor mentioned it, I think our program is 100 feet. There might be locations in really critical areas where we should try to stretch that maybe to 150 or 200 feet, or at least larger to try and be more protective. But the city does very well with our weed abatement program, and the HOAs are very, very responsive. And the more fire-prone areas of our community are mostly HOAs. But what we're learning is that the fires in LA are not just happening in the fire-prone areas. They have entered into the more urban areas. So we need to work with those communities that don't have HOAs and see if we can't be as aggressive in those areas about fire clearing as we are in the areas that have HOAs. The other thing that I think that the city is doing very well is our Public Works Department has always tried to make sure that we keep our reservoirs full, that we do regular testing of our fire hydrants. Some of the issues that they were allegedly facing in LA, we try to make sure we don't have any of those issues. We test our hydrants on a regular basis. We try to make sure all of our reservoirs are full. We have some reservoirs in our community that we don't own. For instance, I think Santa Margarita has a reservoir in our community. We want to make sure that that reservoir is full. So I think we've done some very good things, but there were some suggestions also. For instance, the fire chief said that we could do better at maybe having a dipping station or a place where a helicopter can get water closer to our city than where they have to go now, which is a reservoir up in Rancho Mission Viejo. So perhaps we can identify a location in our community where we could put one of those stations here so that the helicopters can more quickly fill with water and get out to a hot spot. So there's certainly some things we can be done. And by the way, that's a relatively inexpensive cost. It's anticipated we could put one of those in for somewhere around $50,000. And that's a lot of protection for a relatively low price. And it can be done very quickly. So there are some suggestions that we could do better, but by and large, our HOAs are doing a great job. And we want to reach out a little bit more to those communities that don't have as active of HOAs and make sure they're doing some of the brush clearing as well. And offering this volunteer effort if there's elderly people who are unable to do it around their homes, or persons with a disability, or some of these groups that don't have HOAs, kind of step in and fill that gap.
One other question. Some of the vegetation has been mentioned, some of the weeds and other things. Are there certain trees that we shouldn't, such as like eucalyptus trees, or mentioned of palm trees as well, but are there certain trees that we should be looking at of saying, hey, this is not a good, or other vegetation that we need to be looking at replacing?
Yeah, no, for sure. There's trees that are notorious that are more fire prone than others. Eucalyptus trees, Mexican fan palms. Some of those trees are certainly more flammable than others. So we probably want to take a look at what kind of trees we are approving, not only in our future developments, but should we get serious about a tree replacement program where we take out some of the trees that are more prone to fire and put in trees that are a little bit more safe in our environment. We're a Tree City, USA. So we're always reluctant to take out trees, and I don't want to do that either, but we should take areas, especially those that are in that wildland interface zone, and we ought to think about the kind of planting materials that are in those zones and see if we can't replace those with equally beautiful but more fire protective species.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, helicopters were discussed, and the location for, a new location for a drop spot is, I think, vitally important. I know you've already identified some potential locations for the fire authority, so I hope you're going to continue those communications and make sure we move forward on that as quick as possible. But I wanted to ask you, Bella Colina, the lake that they have there is one of the helicopter pickup points for water. A while back, Bella Colina had some leaks in their lake liner. That's being replaced. It's been replaced, but the water hasn't yet come in. Can the city assist Bella Colina with some of the recaptured water to get that filled?
Yeah, as soon as their reservoir is ready, we want to help them get that filled as soon as possible. So yes, that is the short answer. The other one that you mentioned, you're right. We should let people know there's some infrastructure in place. For instance, the trail up above Rancho San Clemente, it already has fire hydrants along there. So that's a really good location to be able to place one of those dip stations. It's already got a water source. Mm-hmm. So we have been working with the fire chief. He identified that location. And so we'll work with Of course, it's got to be in an area where you can get a helicopter, so it can't be a steep canyon. So there's some key locations where you can put that kind of infrastructure. But the fire chief is already out scouting. He was going to go out today. I'm going to put him on the spot. He was here. He had to leave for another meeting, may have already left. But he was going to go out scouting and give me some very specific locations where that would be very helpful. So yes and yes on both of
The
your
Bella
questions.
Colina crew are out there working overtime. They're scurrying out there nonstop to get the perimeter finished so that the water can come in. Can the city assist, do we have a hookup or a line that can easily get into that lake to fill that up quickly as opposed to the normal?
There is, I've been there when they fill it up. It's a big pipe. They can fill it up in no time. They can fill it up in a few hours. It's a massive amount of water.
While our expert's on his way, I should point out that in our meeting with the fire chief, the only place that they can dip for water in our city right now is that reservoir. So right now, they would have to go up close to the Ortega Highway to get water. So as soon as we can get water in that reservoir, it's critical.
There's actually two reservoirs. One is full.
Oh, the one up at the top, that's right,
The one
up
at
on
the top
Los
is empty.
Mares.
The one at the bottom is full.
That's right.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director. Yes, the pond at Bella Colina golf course, the city does have, I think it's an 8-inch line that connects to that reservoir. And so we can put recycled water into that reservoir. And then we also have the ability to put potable water in it as well. So if we want to really push a lot of water in there at one time, we can, certainly, to help fill that reservoir.
I think it's important to be proactive. You know, we wait for fires, so we have observations, we have crews on standby, and we wait for normal things to happen, like lightning strikes or electric wire to go down. But, you know, in Los Angeles, that wasn't the problem. They have people intentionally lighting these fires, intentionally. The last one was, I believe, an illegal immigrant with 5 cell phones and a UN, United Nations credit card, money card on him. And you got to wonder, you know, what's going on. And I think we need to be very, very proactive in making sure that if any of these fires happen, that we're not looking back saying, I wish I'd have done that a day earlier. I wish I'd done that 2 weeks earlier. So, Mr. City Manager, I appreciate the work that you're doing to marshal the resources to kind of get us ahead of the curve a little bit. And I think that's all of our desires, to be super prepared. And thank you for that.
I would only just say that I agree with everything you say. I would just say that before we make accusations, that we know what the facts are, that we wait for reports to come out before we say something that just may not be accurate fully. Thank you.
Can I have one thing? We were talking about helicopters. We met today on the OCFA budget. 4 helicopters, I think they cost $60 million each. 2 of them old, 2 of them new. One of the first things on their agenda for January, February is taking a look and see what we do with new helicopters here that will address the needs of Orange County. So that's all the things that Orange County Fire Authority is doing to keep up to speed with and be a first-class fire authority in California. That's it.
Mr. Wu, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I make it a really. Annie, can you talk a little bit about the city's emergency notification? For example, when we have a red flag warning, or if the National Weather Service have those particular dangerous situation, do we put out any notification, whether on the city website or better, in that extreme situation, do we have a system that we can text a message to people?
We do put things on our website, but as you know, that only the people that go to our website will see it. We do try to push out notifications from OCFA on our social media. But there are programs, and this is a really good time. One of the things that's happening right now is people are concerned and they're listening and they're thinking about these things. There's programs like Reverse 911, and right now it's a really, really good time to get our residents to sign up for Reverse 911. What that basically does is when there's an emergency, you send out a text message and it sends it out to anybody that's signed up for that service. And so, we want to encourage our residents to sign up for those programs. It's the best way, because whether you're at home or at work, or whatever the case may be, you'll be notified that we are having an emergency. So we will get all of that on our webpage. We'll continue to try to push out this information to get our residents signed up for those programs. You know, you don't want to, the big thing for us, I think, as you learn about emergencies, is you don't want to have 5 or 6 competing programs that people are signing up for. You kind of want to pick the one that most people will respond to and kind of push them in that area. And I think in most areas, that reverse 911 is what most people are signing up for. So we probably want to stick with that. It's kind of a best practice. And then along with constantly putting out things on our social media so people know what's happening.
I don't know about the cost related to it, but this is a perfect
I think
timing.
there's a cost. Is there a cost?
No, the County of Orange operates Alert OC, which is a free service that anybody can register for. They already have a database of most phone lines within Orange County. But I just did it, if you Google Alert OC,
I think it's,
it
you're
comes
right. I
right
think
up
it's
as
San Diego
the first
vernacular
hit
was the
on,
other. Yeah.
on the web. And so you can register any alternate phone numbers that are not already in the system.
So it would be a perfect timing if we do those texting opt-in drive. Just let everybody and tell them about this opportunity, ask them to opt in.
I agree.
Thank you.
Agreed completely.
Actually, there's programs you don't even have to sign up for. You can hit every registered voter in San Clemente with a text, then they don't even have to opt in.
I wouldn't know anything about that. Mayor, one other thing, I just got a text from our fire chief who had to leave, and he said, sorry, my phone went to sleep. He had to go to a different meeting tonight. As you can imagine, fire personnel are pretty busy right now. But there's some information on the back, in the back for people, and then they can also go to ocfa.org/RSG and get some of that same information that's left in the back.
Thank you. Council members, are there any other comments and discussion before, I think there were a couple of public comment cards that might have been put in, Madam Clerk? Before
That's-
we-
that's
before
for
we
the
take
next
those,
meeting.
Any other discussion from our council members?
I think we already have the public comment.
The cards that came in are for our next meeting.
For the next meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
yep,
thank
so
you.
we're good.
Well, in that case, gentlemen, I'd like to.
Apparently,
oh,
there's someone in the audience that believes she put one in for this meeting.
The fire meeting?
No, the 5:30 meeting, you put oral communications for pickleball, correct? Yeah. That's
Oh, okay. That's the
We're
next
going to adjourn this meeting and then we'll move into that one.
This is a special meeting dealing strictly with fire preparedness, and we're going to adjourn and then come back into the regular meeting very shortly. Thank you. Gentlemen, I'd like to entertain a motion now, if anyone would like to make it, to receive a report on emergency wildfire preparations, declare Wildfire Preparation Week in San Clemente, ratify and authorize the city manager's acceptance of donations of equipment and supplies from local hardware and supply companies for abatement, approve and authorize the city manager to accept fire abatement services from volunteers upon their signing a waiver, release, and assumption of risk agreement to participate in canyon clearing, to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a right of entry agreements with property owners in support of wildfire preparation activities, and to direct staff to work with OCFA on organizing future wildfire prevention forums, and finally to find that the activities are statutorily and categorically exempt from California Environmental Quality Act as an emergency project under sections 1526(9) little c of the California CEQA guidelines and 14 CCR 15269 under California Public Resources Code 21080 subdivision B4, based on the findings that I previously stated.
I do have a couple questions. I didn't realize, I guess this agenda, I didn't see this agenda until, when was it put out, today or? Yesterday, before my briefing or after my briefing?
It would have been after.
Okay, well, I didn't get a copy of it then.
I just got one.
And you just got one. So I didn't see all of the things that we're doing, and I probably do have a question
Go ahead.
on a couple of them for Andy. I like the preparation, the prevention, the acceptance of donations and equipment. So that's just what kind of equipment are we accepting and for
Right,
what purpose?
So far, the Lowe's Corporation has provided 4 chainsaws, some rakes, some buckets, some bags for cleaning, some gloves. Denalt's has also provided
What
some,
would the chainsaws be used for?
They're electric change,
they're electric ones
Electric
just to
chainsaws.
cut down these
to
trees.
cut the
like
things
these.
that you brought in.
Yeah, well, those you can just knock over, step on and knock over.
They'll
but-
probably only be used when they need to be used, correct?
Okay, all right.
And Victor, if I can expound on that a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, I just-
When with the concept of a civilian corps, so to speak, of volunteers came up, we knew that we'd need equipment. We didn't want to commit the fire authorities' equipment because it may be needed immediately on very, very urgent matters. So I reached out to a few local businesses and just said, we're thinking about this. So you guys, would you like to be
No,
involved?
I've seen,
Denault immediately stepped up and said, we've got chainsaws, we've got equipment, Lowe's, Denault lumber, rods. I understand you spoke with Rod's Tree Service. You
Rod's
said,
Tree Service has committed 3 chippers and the people to run them anytime we want to do this.
So I think the volunteers are just saying, we're here, we're ready, and here's some equipment you can use when the need comes. So that's where that
and,
came from.
and the only thing I guess that would cause me a little bit of concern is the waiver. Everyone's going to have to sign a waiver. Does that work? That says we're not responsible, the city's
Well,
not.
yeah, this is a volunteer corps, and to move quickly, you need to do that, because otherwise, they'll step in and, someone breaks an ankle on a branch
Yeah.
or gets cut. We don't want a bunch of lawsuits. We just want citizens that are eager to help, that are willing to come in to say, look, I'm willing to do it as a volunteer. I'm not I'm not a deputy sheriff or a professional firefighter. And because they're covered. But the citizens are saying, I'm coming in on my own risk as a volunteer, so that we
I
we
understand.
just limit liability.
We limit, I just want to make sure that we're limiting liability and that we're making them aware of the dangers associated with that. You and I were out there, there's holes and you can step into one of those and,
Yeah, it's,
all right, that sounds good.
One friendly amendment?
yes. what's it?
Just looking at the Declare Wildfire Prevention Week in San Clemente, all for that. Would you be amenable to having a fire prevention week sometime in October or November before we get into the fire season?
Sure, we can do that this week immediately, and we can schedule it in October, right before the fire season comes next year. Absolutely, great idea.
I'll make the motion as stated with Mayor Pro Tem, Mark N. Myers, friendly amendment.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Yeah, we don't have that in the computer. Probably-
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Actually, I'm going to go back and reset. We already had a second in before that friendly amendment, so I'm going to
Okay.
revise it right now. So we've
Do we,
got,
we had a motion already too, right?
Well, I made the request.
Well, Mayor made the motion.
I think we have a motion and a second. Is there a,
Your voting came up.
We have-
My voting hasn't come up yet, but.
Well, I made the motion electronically.
he hit the button fast.
Here it is, right?
He pulled the trigger fast.
This is the one, add to motion, add to new business?
I
don't know, this is not it. Well, why don't we,
let's do a roll call vote. We
Okay.
have a motion by Councilmember Leffler with Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer's friendly amendment. And I will note, the Orange County Fire Authority does fire prevention awareness season leading up to October, so we can add that in.
Let's call a vote on that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we're going to adjourn this meeting, and we're going to re-adjourn on today, January the 14th at 5:30 PM, which
We passed.
we've already
Way past.
gone there. So with that, I guess we can just convene into the next meeting. Is that, are we time-wise okay with that? Let me look at the,
Do we have an invocation or something?
yeah, we do, we do. Okay. Well, with that, let's begin the regular 5:30 meeting. We're a little late, but let's call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are present. And we have an invocation by Desiree Sarnowski. Desiree, come right ahead, leading our invocation this evening from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Our dearest Father in heaven, we come before thee this night and we give gratitude to thee for this beautiful city in which we live and for this time and in this space and for all of these good people that meet here tonight. with the focus and the intention of making our city a better place to live. We are mindful of, and we ask thy blessings upon all of those people in this other communities in Southern California that are suffering from wildfires right now. We know that thou art a God of provision, and we ask thy blessing that thou wilt provide for them every needful thing, that thou wilt provide temporally and physically, as well as for each of their souls. Please bless them with help and hope and aid from heaven and from earth. We also ask a blessing upon the council this evening, that we might be able to give ample time and focus and attention to the issues that are most important and impactful to make our city a better and a safer place. We would ask thy blessing on each one of us individually, that we might listen deeply and that we might be blessed with the gifts of wisdom and perspective and understanding. We are grateful for all that we have been given and blessed with, and we know that there is abundance in our city, and we would ask that thou would help us to be emissaries so that we might do good with that abundance. Help us to be better neighbors and better leaders. And please bless all of us this evening, that we might be able to work toward resolution and progress on all of those things that will make San Clemente a happier place. We're so grateful for this great country in which we live and our citizenship, and for this very special city. We give gratitude to thee. All of these things we ask in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Loeffler, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Sure, absolutely. Join me, hand over heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, all members are present. We're going to go right into council member reports. Any council members have anything specifically they'd like to report?
I guess I'll
Go right ahead.
Okay, since the last meeting, started off with, I know we all had meetings, personal meetings with Congressman Levin, and he asked me what my priorities were, I thought he could help out with in San Clemente. I only had two. The number one was the bridge at Mariposa. While we have the JPIA willing to replace the bridge, we don't have any way to fund the mitigation of the slope before we can do that. And I requested that he look into that, any help we could get with that. And the other thing was the ongoing songs, is just to make sure that we're still monitoring it and we're getting out the information to the residents regarding that. We had a Tri-Cities Chamber meeting at the theater at the Outlets with San Juan, Dana Point, and ourselves. It was a great way to network with a lot of the businesses that are in all three of those cities. And also had a couple of ribbon cuttings in the city. One's called the Mathnasium, which is Trader Joe's parking lot over there kind of next to Wells Fargo. It's an incredible business. It's a tutoring business, but they do so much more. If you've got SATs coming up and you want to just hit math a little bit, they can hit specific things. And I know when Steve and I were in high school, we were using an abacus, and it was a very long, tedious, and now they can get you up to speed in any kind of math. And also the Primrose in the Outlets. It's over next to Calvin Klein. It's a boutique, and everybody knows that I am a real slave to fashion. So I was very impressed with that. It's a women's boutique with clothing and accessories, but really, really great prices up there. Two new businesses in town. So please patronize all of our businesses in San Clemente.
I'll go next. As you know, I'm the vice chairman of the Songs Community Engagement Panel. We had a meeting last week where we set our agenda for this coming year, set our meeting dates. Obviously, our goal is to move the stored nuclear fuel as expeditiously out of the San Clemente, Los Angeles, California. The challenges are many, and expeditiously in nuclear fuel terms means decades. Unfortunately, there is no place, but we continue to explore and meet with officials, finding a place, even out of country, We're also looking at getting a better focus on legislative fixes that allow the Southern California Edison to work independently with other nuclear fuel storage entities to find a place independent and apart from the federal government that has taken a long time, really, and isn't set up to move it. There's all the money that we have billions there of money that can be used. Part of that, even just the interest on that money, could be used to set up a committee. We need the federal legislation, obviously, and that's one of the things I met with Levin about, is seeing if we get the federal legislation to set up this committee of independent businesses to move more expeditiously in moving this nuclear fuel out of California. I'm also the Marine Corps liaison. We're looking at a reception for the new base commander sometime in the very near future. I also attended an event at the historic Governor's Mansion on base, which was a beautiful building. I think I may have talked about it in the past, but we will continue in those efforts. I'm also a member of the Investment Advisory Committee here. As you know, just as way of background, our treasurer heads up this group. There's a group of very committed San Clemente citizens that look at our investments, our income, ensure that we're a fiduciary of the city and that our funds are safe and well invested. Our priority for this year is to establish a 115 trust to keep that money at a better interest rate. I think last year, the 115 trust earned almost, I think it's, if I'm not wrong, Annie, you might correct me, 10, 11% as 19 as compared to the CalPERS, which, you know, we might have owed money to the way they spend money. But anyhow, that's one of the top priorities for that. Relative to beach restoration, you know, I'm still, we mentioned, you mentioned the bluffs and wanting money for that, Rick. Unfortunately, those bluffs are private property. They don't belong to the city and they don't belong to anybody. So it is a little bit more challenging. It would be a gift of public funds for us as a city to spend money on repairing someone's private property. That's the real challenge that we've had on that. But rebuilding the bridge is still a top priority. One of the things that we did learn this past week is that the sand that we put down this past year has moved south from North Beach and north from the pier area, and there's actually a walkway now most of the year. So you can, the lifeguards have said that most of the time where they couldn't take their transportation, they and now half the time they can use that as a corridor to get move people back and forth through the beach. So that's a good thing. So continuing our effort to put sand on the San Clemente beaches is critical. We met, Mayor, with Colonel Honduras this week to discuss our effort over the next few years to see if we could continue that project. It's 6 years away still, but you know it's still in our sights to make sure that the Army Corps of Engineers is a good partner with us. And I think we had a testy relationship last year, but I think we ended up in a good place. One other thing that happened, that there was a meeting this week with UCI. I initiated a meeting with the University of California, Irvine. I think it was last February or March, where we met with the university and asked them to assign students to work with us on a project of their choosing with students. And that came to fruition this week, finally. They're assigning 2 graduate students that will work directly with Leslie, our sand czar, as I call her. They're going to look at the San Juan Creek and the flow to see if we can find sand from the San Juan Creek. They're going to look at other sources of sand and the movement of that sand by rail or train or truck or however, and what's the most efficient and inexpensive way to find an alternative way to get sand from Prado Dam, where we know there is tons of it for free. And what when we talked to the engineers, they said, look, we're engineers. This was the Department of Engineering. They'll put these students on it. They'll find a way to do it cheaply and inexpensively. So it's a project we hope we're able to fund. I think they want a minimal amount of money to do this project, something that would probably cost us millions of dollars we could do for 10%, 5% of the actual cost. So those are the key things. We still have the offshore monitoring where Leslie and company are still monitoring where the sand is moving, how it's moving. Andy took the long walk. I wasn't able to make it. I don't know if anyone else was able to make it on the beach to see where our sand is shifting throughout. We know it's gone all the way down, I think, to Poche Beach, and it's gone all the way, almost all the way to the state park. So the sand moves. It's still there, even despite the king's tides. It's still out there, and we're hoping that it does stay. And that's about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, good report. Mr. Wu, any reports?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Briefly, in the middle of December, and early January, walked the beach, almost the whole coastline, from middle of the Capistrano Beach to almost Cotton Point. So that gave me there at the very, very low water level, about a little below -1 foot, I believe. So that given me good idea of how our beach has been eroded, and the beach topography. Most of them are underwater, but because of the low tide, that gives me the opportunity to observe the section of our beach. Also, as a newly elected council member, along with the other council members, I met with our Congressman Mike Levin. Mostly talk about 2 issues. The first is to ask him to bring more resource, continue to bring more resource back home to help us in Clemente. And also, I asked him about the status of nuclear waste removal. I was notified that there are communities that's interested in accommodating nuclear waste, and he expects that within about 10, maybe 20 years, that the nuclear waste stored on site will be able to move to a different location. Right now he's pushing for a standalone agency underneath the Department of Energy to be in charge of a civil nuclear spent fuel storage. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. So, yeah, lots of things since we've just since we haven't met in a month, but a couple things. Just today, I had the opportunity to meet Joseph Alexander, who is a Holocaust survivor. He went and he was able to speak to our sophomore class at the high school about his experiences. He was in 12 different concentration camps, and it was a pleasure to have him at our city and to speaking to our next generation. Just an incredible man, 102 years old. So it was very fortunate that we were able to hear his stories there. Speaking of which, I was also able to attend the 5th night of Hanukkah at the Pier. That was a wonderful event that was great to work in partnership with our faith-based communities and the city. There's also Christmas night at Casa Romantica, great event there. And then I was able to attend the RSVP holiday party, which is fantastic. We have one of our RSVP members in the crowd tonight. But it was, this is the group that make sure when we have our city events, they are the ones who make sure parking is happening and the flow of traffic is happening, and they volunteer for this. And it's just a great community, a lot of camaraderie, so it was nice to see everyone there. Also met with Congressman Mike Levin. He is on the Appropriations Committee now in Congress, and so hopefully we will be seeing some good funds coming our way to address the things like continued sand replenishment and retention, as well as repairing our bridges. Also, I have been appointed as the Cal Cities Coastal Leadership Group Vice Chair, so I'll be continuing to advocate at Cal Cities on our coastal issues, so I look forward to doing that. All right, and yes, that is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also, regarding the Holocaust survivor Joseph Alexander, I was honored to introduce him at the Jewish Federation meeting in San Clemente last year. Quite a story he has. Yes. I also, along with my colleagues, met with Congressman Levin and discussed city issues, and I'm delighted. I shared with him a concern that a lot of us have with the illegal immigration problem and the multiple pangas that have been coming up on our beach. And the concern that many people have, where are these people going, what are they doing? And I was delighted that he had confessed that after 6 years of us calling the border ridiculous and unnecessary, the border wall, he said he finally has learned, and he's now supporting of border security, so I was delighted to hear that. So that's all I have to report. Do we have any special presentations? No. Council reports, oral communications. Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have several speakers for oral communications. I'll call the first few. Linda Williams, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Naomi Bailey, followed by Kevin Powell.
Linda Williams. Many of you know me through my volunteerism with the city. I volunteer with police services as well as the Community Emergency Response Team, CERT. I'm also a volunteer with Casa Romantica. My first question when people say to me, oh, I saw you out on the street. And I said, oh, did I give you a ticket? That's my first question. Otherwise, I want to run the other way. But I also remind them that, if we didn't enforce the parking, nobody would pay for parking, which is, I assume, is a significant part of our budget here. It allows us to have a beautiful city here in San Clemente. Anyway, my point of being here tonight is about the trees. The Verde Park, I live in community close to Verde Park, and our trees there, we have a wall of eucalyptus trees next to the walkway down to the high school that are more than 40 feet tall. I contacted the city and asked them about the tree policy in terms of trimming the trees, and the tree policy, they proposed a tree policy in 1999. It was shelved. We never approved that. We never got anywhere. Their current schedule, they don't really say they had a policy, but it seems to be like every 7 years or so, they would trim the trees based on the budget, which tends to drive it out, that they don't trim the trees there in Verde Park. And I can tell you in the last windstorm, we had 3 trees blow over in Verde Park. And then recently, it wasn't even blowing, the wind wasn't even blowing, and we had a big branch fall off one of those trees and hit another tree there. And I think there's currently a diseased tree in Verde Park. So we talk about fire hazard, look at Verde Park. Thank you.
Thank you, great comment. Next speaker?
Amanda Quintanilla.
Yes, I have a little PowerPoint presentation here. It's not up there. Okay. Next slide, please. I want to address the judge's decision regarding the writ of mandate filed by Zenmu. I think that was very important to discuss because at the last city council meeting, this matter came up, and I wanted to clarify that, that we've had writ of mandates done before years ago. And the judge stated that the petitioner's enforcement of the accuracy of the ballot conferred an important right affecting the public interest by forcing Schneider to change her improper designation. If not corrected, the voter would have been misled into believing she held an occupation she did not hold. The correction conferred a significant benefit on the electorate. Next slide, please. Here, Schneider's preferred designation as educator likely would have deceived the voters into believing she was a certified teacher or some other type of teaching professional, while her correct designation as elementary library media technician accurately reflects her position. Wu's declaration established the Capistrano Unified School District provides a description of Schneider's actual position and educational experience is a high school degree or its equivalent, and the only license is a driver's license. So I wanted to highlight that the ultimate beneficiaries were the voters. Thus, the interest of both sides is non-pecuniary, meaning non-monetary. Next slide, please. In this writ case, such as this case, the only relief under the petition is either issuance or non-issuance of the writ. Neither party was seeking any damages from the other. No money would be awarded to the petitioner or real party in interest. So the financial burden of this private enforcement warrants subsidizing Wu's attorneys, attorney, period. And it's my understanding that regarding, next slide, please. This is another thing. Snyder's opposition does not address the amount of fees sought by Mr. Wu, so she failed to oppose his claim and thus lost on this issue. Failure to challenge and contention in a brief results in the concession of that argument. And so Mr. Wu's attorney was paid his hourly rate, and so this money did not go to Mr. Wu, it did not go to the city of San Clemente, and I wanted to clarify that because I wanted to make sure that, the city of San Clemente was not, had nothing to pay, had nothing to do with that. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Next speaker.
Naomi Bailey, followed by Kevin Powell, followed by Reva Buck.
Hi, City Council members and the community. I'm here as a 24-year San Clemente resident who loves to play pickleball. And we all understand with the removal of access to the San Gorgonio courts, which was decided very last minute, the last meeting, that our entire pickleball community now has to share 8 city courts. As of this week, the number of courts goes down to 5 courts, with the city of San Clemente's pickleball lessons taking place for most of the day on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, leaving 5 courts for people to share. So it went from 8 now to 5. My request is that we make a compromise. Hold lessons at San G 2 to 3 days a week, and or amend the times that the San G courts are open and available from 11 to 2, 12 to 3, to give the neighbors in that neighborhood the privacy that they need. And I have about 60 signatures from San Clemente residents who are very concerned and upset about the closure of these courts because we don't have enough courts to begin with. So that's all I'm asking is a request that you consider a compromise so that the residents of San Clemente, tax-paying residents, can all enjoy the courts and the recreation facilities. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Kevin Powell, followed by Reva Buck, followed by Paul Buck.
Hello, my name's Kevin Paw. I represent a number of pickleball players that are residents of San Clemente. And first of all, good evening, City Council. Thanks for supporting our city and being here and doing all the work you do. With the closure of these courts at San Gorgonio, I think the biggest disappointment was that there was no plan in place to augment that or have more. In fact, we're reduced now. We used to have 12 courts with San G gone. Now we only have 8 courts available. And again, with the reduction, especially with the classes going on, we're stuck with not many courts at all. Now pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States. Most cities are building courts. I mean, they're actively, and they don't require that much, don't take up that much space. You need cement, you need fences, you need nets. I mean, it's cheaper than almost any other things you would need to build. But San Clemente, over the last, 4 years has reduced the number of courts available. And you have many, many residents who play. So it's kind of shocking that a relatively, a sport that takes very little room, not nearly as much as soccer or baseball or anything like that, has this great reduction. It doesn't really have a plan in place to do something about it. So we're asking that San G be open for at least the lessons until there's a plan in place to build more courts that support the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is the timer on? I didn't see that working at all.
It is on. It's 1 minute,
Next
15
speaker?
seconds left. Yes. Reva Buck, followed by Paul Buck, followed by Paul Lefcourt.
Good evening. My name is Reva Buck, and I live on Calle Felicidad. As a reminder, on November 19th, the council unanimously found that Broadmoor has failed to enforce its tree height restrictions on Delicata. The city imposed the height restrictions as a condition of approval 50 years ago. The council also agreed that enforcement should be turned over to the city or third party, such as Felicidad homeowners. The council agreed to table their decision to a future meeting so that Broadmoor and Felicidad homeowners could meet and hopefully come to a resolution without council intervention. As they did 50 years ago, when relinquishing land in order for Delicata to be developed, the Felicidad homeowners have acted in good faith. And consistent with the past 10 years, Broadmoor and Delicata homeowners have not. 13 days after the November council meeting, Felicidad communicated 3 available dates to Broadmoor and received no response. Felicidad then sent 2 follow-up communications, and again, no response. Therefore, after 8 weeks, I must report that no progress has been made. If the Broadmoor HOA had any goodwill intentions, they would have already followed a very few simple steps. They would have issued out-of-compliance letters to the offenders. And after 2 weeks, if the offenders were still in violation, the HOA should have sent their HOA gardeners in to cut the palms and other vegetation to the required 17 feet height, and then bill the offending homeowners. And if they don't pay, then the HOA should slap a lien on their home. Felicidad is not an association, and we do not have lawyers at the ready. We are individual homeowners, and we should neither bear the burden of enforcement nor incur any cost to mitigate Broadmoor's intentional violations. This would only serve to further pit neighbor against neighbor. We respectfully request that the council expedite city enforcement of Broadmoor tree height limits. If another council meeting or a public meeting is required to move this forward, please put this item on the agenda for the next council meeting and establish an actionable timeline of expectations and consequences for noncompliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Paul Buck, followed by Paul Lefcourt, followed by Eric Furman.
Good evening, council members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Paul Buck. I've lived on Calle Felicidad for almost 40 years. Firstly, I hope all you guys had a wonderful holiday season. And secondly, congratulations to Mr. Wu for joining the council. I hope you've had the opportunity to become acquainted with the Broadmoor tree issue, which has its origins 50 years ago. I also like to thank the city council members and staff for plowing through a mass of old documentation to gain an understanding of these issues. It's been 2 months since the City Council has addressed the non-compliance of Broadmoor with regards to their CC&Rs. Despite all of our efforts to induce some communication, we've had absolutely zero response. Our feeling is that Broadmoor's HOA will dither and delay any action. Board members and city councillors come and go, and by delaying any action, this issue will be forgotten in time. The Broadmoor Delicata tree height issue has been festering with the Felicidad neighbors since about 2014. That's over 10 years now. During this time, there have been multiple requests by Felicidad neighbors to have the trees trimmed on Delicata neighbors' property. Our personal attempts to amicably resolve the issue with our neighbors goes back to 2017, to no avail. The Delicata neighbors will not take any action unless the Broadmoor HOA enforces the tree height limits. The San Clemente City Council is the only entity which has legal standing to get the Broadmoor HOA to enforce its CCNRs, which included tree height limits as part of the city's condition of approval. Consequently, the Felicidad neighbors respectfully request that the City Council take action without further delay and require the Broadmoor HOA to have the trees on Delicata trimmed to the 17-foot height limit as stated in the Broadmoor CCNRs. This is irrespective of tree type, palm or otherwise. Thank you very much.
Paul Lefcourt, followed by Eric Furban, followed by Joe Wilson.
Hello, my name is Paul Lefcourt, and I live on Calle Felicidad in San Clemente. My comments are in reference to the November 19th council hearing regarding the failure of Broadmoor San Clemente to enforce certain CCNRs. In my opinion, this is a very simple situation that has been made complicated by lawyers and bad neighbors. Over 50 years ago, Broadmoor developers asked the residents of Calle Felicidad to give up some land and other consideration to allow the homes on Delicata to be built. Being good neighbors, Felicidad homeowners agreed to this request in exchange for an agreement to limit the height of the trees on Delicata. The agreement was documented with the involvement of the San Clemente City Council as well as the Broadmoor HOA and was expected to be enforced. As there has been no enforcement, this issue was brought in front of the council in November 2024 for resolution. Council suggested the Felicidad and Delicata Broadmoor contingencies meet to try and resolve the situation amicably. Despite Felicidad's repeated efforts over the last 2 months to try and set up a meeting, we still have no meeting date set. As such, we are now respectfully asking the council to please step in and enforce the tree height agreement. Thank you for your time, consideration, and action.
Next speaker.
My name's Eric Furman. I'm also a resident of Felicidad, 303 Calle Felicidad, and I can't really expand on anything that's already been said, but obviously I attended the meeting back in November. Adam was kind enough after that meeting to make the introduction to all of us on Felicidad with the management company and the attorneys for Broadmoor. It was requested that we come up with some dates to propose to them to at least start engagement to see when they would meet, 3 of which were proposed, early December, mid-December, and early January, all of which went, they just didn't respond. There's no engagement whatsoever. As it was said before, I know this is an old agreement. I think some of the violation goes back much further than 2014. We moved into our house and bought our house in 2007, and it was an issue then. Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward. It's baffling, and it's unfortunate that obviously it winds up here asking for your help. But there's a lot of people that just don't play well with others. And agreements aren't being kept, they're not being enforced, and obviously not looking to engage or resolve, which was what was requested by the council after the unanimous decision to allow us some time to see if we can't get this resolved without you guys having to step in and enforce it. So I just ask for consideration to either get it on the agenda, to whatever has to happen, whatever the next step is, to please help and just resolve it. Because the longer this goes on, and it has been a substantial period of time, it's unfortunate it becomes less and less neighborly. And we just need less of that friction these days. Thank you for the time and listening.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. Hey, Laura, first slide, please. Thank you. Mr. Wu, welcome to the team. We look forward to working with everybody this year and helping bring back the beaches. We've got a great momentum going. Just thought I'd show a few slides tonight of what the beaches look like during the winter. I know that some of you have mentioned that you've recently walked the beaches and seen the changes that we're having. It's really extraordinary. So you can see here, this picture definitely tells a story of the North Beach. Ton of sand drop there, 30,000 cubic yards. The main thing I wanted to point out tonight is you can see how the beach is very gradually sloped down towards the shoreline. And this is really a good development. It's what we expected to happen with the sand. What it does is, as the waves break outside, they gradually come up that gradual shoreline, dissipate, and do less scouring and, of course, less damage. Next slide, please. As you turn south and look towards Mariposa, this was mentioned earlier tonight from Mr. Wu's walk, there's a lot of sand there. This is a low tide picture, of course, and you see more sand, but you can walk around there. You can see the Jeep tracks. Lifeguards are getting around. Extraordinary what's going on. And you can see just in the near shore there where all the whitewater is, there's a lot of sand out there too, which is what happens in the winter. All that sand, a lot of the new sand washes out inshore in the summer. Most of it comes back, but we need to continue replenishment to keep that ebb and flow in balance. Next slide, please. Looking south, should make us all cheer here. We've got just tons and tons, 200,000 cubic yards of new sand. This is what it looked like. Starting to erode, of course, from the winter swells from the west. You can still see here again, a gradually sloping shoreline where the waves can dissipate further outside. It doesn't affect the surf breaks. In fact, the next picture, I want to talk about that. Extraordinary difference. This is a Calafia. If you see the stairs there, that's right by the parking area. We've got a new bay there. If you look at this picture, it's extraordinary. That's normally a pretty straight beach. We have a new sand point at the top of this picture, which surfers will tell you is a lot of the best waves in the world are sand points. And hopefully when we get a nice big north swell, we'll see a nice right-hander peeling off that point. We'll see. I've been watching it. Rick's laughing. Yeah, this is extraordinary. And where I'm standing when I took this picture, to the left and back, looking south, there's also another point there. So the surfers are raving. We're in a lot better shape at Calafia and State Park and Rivi, so it's good. One more slide, please. This is Capitol Shores. You've got the northernmost house at Capitol Shores, and this picture tells quite a story where to the right were the boulders and, not Capitol Shores, sorry, Cypress Cove. We've got a bunch of boulders, very little sand, and to the north, to the left, a bunch of sand and a natural area. That man on the moon, I noticed that in the picture today, he's watching.
See, he's watching.
Less boulders, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susie Whitelaw, followed by Susie Lance, followed by Ruth.
Hi, Susie Whitelaw, also with the Save Our Beaches, and thank you, Joe, for that amazing story that you just showed. The end result of this is that sand works. We put a relatively small amount of sand on the federal project, an even smaller amount of sand on North Beach, and it's just spread all over. All the way from North Beach, a guy from one of our members down in Montalvo, he's been watching, he says he thinks it's gone all the way down to Cottons. And a few days ago, you could walk at low tide all the way down to San Onofre State Beach once again. It's just a miracle what's happened. And what I'd like to point out is that OCTA was saying all last year, it's going to take just one winter storm and our tracks are going to be falling off into the ocean. And guess what? We've had a couple of big winter swells and beaches are great. All you have to do is sand replenishment. And so right now, the regulatory agencies, the Coastal Commission, Army Corps of Engineers are looking at their permit applications for almost 100,000 tons of rock that would cover almost 40% of our public beaches. And we're going to go to those agencies and say, look, sand works. We don't need to have all those rocks on our beaches. And so we're hoping that we have support for that. I'd also like to invite everybody on the council and everybody listening and city staff. Save Our Beaches is having an event for our community to talk about our beaches and what we can do to help our beaches. It's going to be January 27th, Monday, from 6 to 7:30 at the community center. And we will have some tacos from Primo's and some cookies donated by Crumble. So please join us and help us in furthering our beaches and our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Susie Lance, followed by Ruth.
Good evening, city friends. I'm Susie Lance, the executive for the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of our organization, just wanted to give all of you council members a warm welcome. We look forward to working with all of you. Mayor Cabral, you really gave it your all last year, so thank you for all your time and effort. And we look forward to continuing our relationships with the rest of you and welcoming Councilman Zen Wu to the council. And then next, wanted to mention that our organization will be holding community affairs meetings. These were formerly known as our government and city affairs meetings, but that was just a long name. So we're rebranding to community affairs. We're going to be holding them quarterly. And our first meeting will be the final Wednesday of this month. It's January 29th. And it will be from 12 to 1 at the Outlets San Clemente VIP Lounge. We always have lunch provided. We invite all the council members, the community to RSVP and attend. We have a short presentation from the city on the parking study updates. And then secondly, we'll have South Coast Water District who will present an update on the Doheny desalination project. So hope that you can all attend. Finally, just want to thank all the business community who has supported our friends in Los Angeles through the fires. There are so many efforts, we can't keep up with them all, but we wanted to thank them and just remind everyone to please patronize those who are giving back. We really appreciate our business community, and whatever we at the Chamber can do to support, we're happy to do so. Thank you.
Ruth, followed by Mike Kay.
I have one slide. The slide's not up, but the timer's running. Mayor Knobloch, you beat me to the punch. I was going to ask for some direction on what the city's doing with all the boats on the beach, but you've already addressed it. Thank you for being proactive on that. I had never thought I'd be here to talk about pickleball again as long as I live, but unfortunately, the topic was brought up. I have a 3-minute video that I wanted to play, but I couldn't because it made no sense without the audio. And the audio was filled with vulgarities. Vulgarities that the pickleball people are playing on the tennis courts without the nets, without the lines. They don't care. It's pickleball on tennis at San Gregorio Park. It's unbelievable. And now they want to redo it. Anyway, my husband's 85. I don't know if he's going to appreciate me telling you that. But he was intimidated. The vulgarities that were spewed at him just recently, just check with the park rangers. It's going on and it's continuing to go on. I don't know what you can do. You've tried. Staff warned me, you open up a tennis court, pickleball people are going to come violate it. And unfortunately, it came true. So anything you can do would be appreciated, but thank you for addressing the boats on the beach.
Last speaker is Mike Kay.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I just wanted to take a couple minutes here and just talk about goats for a second. Obviously, events here in Southern California have taken a drastic turn, unfortunately. But it's not the first time. And let's remember we had a giant fire nearby back in October, late September, and we decided to come up with a pilot project to bring in some goats. The mayor and I have talked for several years about this. Our Mayor Pro Tem stepped up and took this on, and our city manager has been extremely proactive, locating locations for it, directing staff, helping out, talking with Laguna Beach, what to do, et cetera. And in lightning speed, in government terms, in a couple, 2-3 months, we've gotten to the point now where a goat enclosure is being constructed here on city land. And in a couple weeks or so, we should have our first goats in many years here back in our town. Something that should be poignant and exciting for citizens, and hopefully will be something that grows into a bigger project, part of a bigger awareness that I think is with us now, that we need to lower the fuel loads. And anyway, to that end, I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that this project is going forward.
Thank you, Mike, for financing this pilot program. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank
Can
you.
I say, Mr. Mayor, how impressive is the residents we have that are so informed, so involved. That's what makes San Clemente a special place. And I want to thank all the residents who get involved in all community matters.
Yeah, I think Mike might have not been here earlier when we thanked him publicly for all he's done, but we did call you out and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
That was it for oral
Okay.
communications.
Then can I have a motion for waiving and reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Okay, and I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. All in favor. Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Are we going to use this system?
Well, we are when necessary, but on routine things like that, I'll just call out the vote and we'll move along a little quicker, hopefully.
Okay, but.
Can we unwind what was up there a while back on the voting thing?
I'm sorry, are you frozen up there? We have.
Yeah, I never got the voting thing, and neither did Zen, and then some other people have it, and it's frozen.
Okay, so it's working up here. I can ask Cade to come out and.
Okay, but to answer your question, yeah, we'll,
No, it makes sense. I'm
Yeah.
just, I'm looking here and trying to push a button and.
Yeah.
We don't even have the button, Vic.
I didn't.
Well, I have the.
this side doesn't have the buttons, we got the buttons. Okay.
Let's figure out what votes we need right now.
Yeah.
Okay, item number 6, closed session report. Madam City Attorney, no closed session today.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And staff reports regarding Casa Romanica updates, item 7A. Do you have a staff report?
Oh, I never joined.
Deputy Public Works Director Sean Ryan is coming up to present.
Sean, I've never seen you dressed up.
The Christmas party. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Sean Ryan, Deputy Public Works Director. I'll be presenting tonight an update on the Casa Romantica slope failure. How do I switch this slide? Here. Oh. I'll be providing some project background, an update on the emergency coastal development permit, and the coastal development permit, which will be coming here in this coming year. Next slide. So you can see the two slides. The one on the left is before the slide, and the one on the right after the disaster. The initial slide took place April 27th of 23, where the debris was up against Reef Gate, down on the tracks. That was I don't want to say an interim, but the slope was regraded to put it into a state where further geotechnical investigations could take place. Unfortunately, several days after that was completed, somewhere around the 1st of June, it slid again, causing additional havoc on Metrolink, which is why I think we see the wall there now. So let's next slide, please. The City of San Clemente received an emergency coastal development permit to. Well, first, let me back up. This City Council rehired Alliance Diversified Construction Company to do the construction for the first slide, and then the second slide we did a second contract with Alliance to provide slope grading for the tiebacks, grade beams, and geogrid that is a part of the emergency coastal development permit. So the slide on the right, or on the left, is you see the grade beams with the tiebacks going into the slope about anywhere from 60 to 80 feet. And the slide on the right, you'll see the slope being rebuilt with geogrid being placed on 8-inch lifts, geogrid placed in 2-foot lifts and compacted within 8-inch lifts. Next slide, please. Also want to mention that the emergency coastal development permit, that work began in August of 2023 and is set to complete by the end of April of this year, 2025. This is a slide just to kind of give you an idea of the grade beams that are set at each of those tiebacks, extending into the hillside, like I mentioned, 60 to 80 feet. We have installed 97 tiebacks for this project. It might be the last hill standing. Next slide, please. Coastal Commission has asked the city to provide a regular coastal permit as a part of this project. It will combine both the improvements to the top of slope for Casa Romantica that would include any structural repairs to the amphitheater, the lower patio, any drainage, and landscaping. They've also asked that the emergency coastal development permit portion of the work be submitted along with the regular CDP. What you see here is, this is what it looked like before the slide. We intend to, so the city has, the city's insurer, JPIA, they've contracted with their consultant to prepare plans for the Coastal Commission for the regular CDP. We're looking to submit that somewhere in April, but before we do that, we would like to, staff would like to bring back 3 designs for the City Council's consideration before we make that submittal. Thank you.
Questions, or Andy, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I have one question. So the last time I was out there, I noticed that the dirt is no longer piled up against the wall that was built by OCTA. That's just a temporary wall that is intended to be removed at some point. Is that correct?
That is correct. The timing of that is, we were hoping that it might be removed after the emergency CDP portion of the work was completed, but it's likely that it will stay until the full CDP is completed due to some of the work that will take place at the top of slope for the regular CDP.
Okay, questions?
A question, yeah.
Go ahead.
The amphitheater was pretty much destroyed for the pathway, right? For equipment to move through. We've not committed to rebuilding that, have we?
We have not committed to rebuilding that. Staff assumed that we would just put it back just the way it was before the slide, but we have not made any commitment to putting the floor back the way it was. So that's why we'll come up with some designs for you guys to
evaluate, because I know there's concerns by the residents that are 20 feet away. There's a condo building there where we hear concerns about activity there right outside their bedroom windows. And I think we need to take a look at what the long-term plan, where we really want the activity to be for Casa Romantica, whether we want it outside that condo building or whether we want it inside their building and their garden area, which is rather impressive. But you'll provide recommendations or guidance on that and what our options are.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
I would hope that before we spend substantial city resources on designing and engineer work, that we look at that from a policy point of view to see
Yeah.
if we want to go back to the original structure or something less before we spend additional money. So rather than coming back with the engineering and the design work, we probably ought to have a discussion and make sure that this council prepared to move forward with the pretty substantial resources.
I think one of the things, I mean, I think that's on our agenda item. Hopefully, you're putting it on our agenda item for our retreat.
Ask, how about the patio? Is that scheduled to be rebuilt?
That, yeah, the lower terrace you can see is the shaded area here. A portion of that most likely will need to be repaired due to ADA requirements in order to make it from the upper section down to the amphitheater area.
And that would have to be cantilevered because of or will the earth come right back up to the patio level?
The earth, it's being graded to match what was there before the slide.
So it would be, any patio in the future would be right on earthen as opposed to cantilevered?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Good question, Rick.
It gives us some opportunity to redesign that portion if we want to, but I think we also need to look at what the insurance is going to cover. If the insurance cover whatever the pre-existing condition and it doesn't pay for any new construction, then that's something that we should consider.
Yes, it's my understanding the insurance will cover what was there before, to like for like. I don't, if it's less, then, that's another story, but to nothing more than what was there before.
Any other questions for
Yeah,
Steph? Go ahead, Rick.
I do have a question about that, because are you saying then that the insurance is going to fully fund and the city's not liable and putting funds in for this effort that the insurance is covering? All these expenses, including the restoration of the walkways and the amphitheater?
It's my understanding, if it's like for like, the answer is yes.
Okay. Is that, Andy, do you?
Only the structural items. So we're talking about the patio, perhaps the amphitheater, but the hillside itself, the tiebacks, putting the hillside back in, that is not covered by insurance. So the damage that was caused to the reef gate, and then the damage to the structure of Casa Romantica itself are the only things that the insurance will cover. And I think what Mr. Ryan's trying to say is that they'll cover up to like for like. If the council, for example, wants a larger patio, city would have to pay for that. Or if you want, now the one thing insurance will do is if ADA, for example, requires some different things to be done, they'll pay for that because it's a requirement of federal law. But you're correct. They're not paying for everything here. I don't want to give the council the wrong impression. In fact, they're paying for a very small portion. Only the parts of the structure that were actually damaged. And that would be the patio and it's unclear to me, in talking with our insurance company, I don't think they're going to cover those pathways that went down below. There was a lot of work that went down below. I do not believe that those will be covered by insurance.
It was my understanding that we're not going to be able to put most of those pathways that went down below, we're not going to be able to put them. There's no
The slope isn't
no
being
slope
designed that
there
way.
anymore.
That's correct.
So
That's correct.
would they also allow us, to offset some of that money, use it for the payment of the building, or?
Yeah, we've had some discussions with them about whether or not they are willing to just provide us with the amount and let us choose the best way to spend that money. We do not have a final answer on that, but we'll get a final answer on that and get it to the council.
When we do our capital improvements discussion, will that information be available by then, do you think?
Yes, I believe so. In fact, that's why we had talked about maybe getting a policy statement from the city council at your retreat, because we believe we'll have the information at that point in time.
Okay, great.
So-
Any other questions for staff? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's still on my line of questioning. So is it, I want to make sure that the department doesn't get too far out in front of the city council, that before they design and improve and create these plans, that they have the buy-in from the city council, that's what we think is the appropriate approach.
Yeah, exactly. We've had that very discussion with Mr. Ryan, and he's very well aware of that. Right now, his primary goal is to get the slope restored. He knows that there needs to be council direction and policy given on what we do beyond getting the slope repaired and stabilized.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions, gentlemen? All righty, thank you very much.
Can we take a
Yeah,
5-minute break since?
5-minute break, let's do that. Let's adjourn until about 7 o'clock.
Since we're already on break.
Yeah. We are on now on item
Item 10A.
10A, consideration of adopting a policy regarding the use of the titles of mayor and mayor pro tem once the terms have concluded, and use of the city seal for official city business only. Do you have a staff report or no?
Mayor and council, the report before you this evening is a policy, a draft policy for consideration that basically encapsulates the city council's recommendations from the last meeting. This was agendized by city council for consideration, so we've drafted a policy with your comments in place. So if council would like to go through the policy, make changes to it, if you have questions, we're happy to answer, but this was written on council's behalf.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff? Do you have a question, Victor, of staff?
Yeah, on the policy, it's a bit confusing. My mic, it's on. I need to move over it closer.
Go to your own mic.
I know, I'm down at the end here.
Hanging out with your stick?
When I look at the purpose, when one does not currently and legitimately hold the position of mayor or mayor pro tem, below prohibits misappropriating in public in any way the title. So, but in other areas, it doesn't talk just about mayor or mayor pro tem, but talks about any city council member misappropriating the use. So I'm just trying to figure out what we're trying to do. I'm a little bit confused about what we're trying to prohibit as a result of this. Because in 3.1, we talk about council members also using the seal inappropriately. So that's my only confusion. So staff, what are you trying to achieve?
So Mayor and Council, I think I think if we look at it at a 30,000-foot level, I think what we're trying to say is that the titles, whether that's a council member, mayor pro tem, mayor, member of a committee, any of those titles that are given to elected and appointed officials in our community, that they should be used at the appropriate time and in the appropriate places. And if they're not, there ought to be something in place that says you shouldn't use your titles for personal gain or in situations where you're not officially representing the city. Again, we're trying to follow the lead of the council on this, so we might have been doing a little bit of guessing, and it may need to be refined. But we tried to take some of the conversations, there's been 2 or 3 of them, so we tried to take some of those conversations and do our best to try to encapsulate that in some kind of a policy for the city council to consider.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's a good objective. You've got to provide clarity in my view so that I know if I'm out somewhere, can I use it here? What are the places I can use it, or where are the places I can't use it? Because it's ambiguous right now, and there's no guidance.
Yeah, it is ambiguous, and I think, the bottom line is that, and I don't know how to answer your question except to say if you feel you are officially representing your position as a council member, a mayor pro tem, a member of a committee, on behalf of the city, then you can use that title.
Just subjective.
I believe there's likely to be some subjectivity to this.
Well, I got a question.
And some judgment.
Even more, I thought this was about using a title of mayor or mayor pro tem when you weren't. So what you're saying is now let's say we are representing the city, and you have the thing that says you're a council person, and that's okay. You're representing a city council person, and then I have a thing that says I'm the mayor. So there's no difference. I'm still representing the city. You haven't differentiated the use of mayor or mayor pro tem. It's just general. As long as you're representing the city, you can say you're a council member.
If I can jump in here, because the staff did the best they could in trying to digest the conversations we've had from the podium. In the last year, we've had a number of situations where mayors, not recently, but very specifically when Mayor Duncan was mayor, there were representations to the community on behalf of the city that the city did not make. After his term in mayor was up, he campaigned for public office, repeatedly using the title, "I'm mayor of San Clemente," when he wasn't the mayor of San Clemente, and got some public benefit from that. Potentially, I think in the eyes of the community, it might have had some value. In the election in March of 2024, he had on his ballot designation mayor, when not only was he not the mayor then, but when he put the ballot designation paperwork for the registrar of voters, it was crystal clear that he would not be mayor, not only in November during the primary election, but in November when the general election occurred, almost a year after he had left that position. So I think this was kind of an effort just to say, guys, let's not misrepresent to the city what we're doing, why we're doing it, and I think that's the staff's best effort to do that. At our meeting, when we agendized this, Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer asked that an additional provision be incorporated. Mark, and correct me if I misquote you, to say that when speaking in public as public citizens in a public meeting or in any public setting, you shall identify yourself as a private citizen. And that language was added as something to be considered. Regarding that specific language, I would suggest that language be modified simply to say, if you're the mayor pro tem, or a council member speaking as a public citizen, you shouldn't represent that you're speaking on behalf of the city. To say, to go further and compel one of us in a public forum to say, I'm speaking as a private citizen, is to compel private First Amendment protected language. What we shouldn't do, and the purpose of this is obfuscation of our position, our title. We shouldn't be saying, I am something I am not. We can all day long say, I am what I am. I happen to be a council member. I happen to be a pro tem. I happen to be the mayor. But when we're not in those things, we shouldn't represent to the community that we are. I think that's kind of the intent of the position.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that this reflects what we're trying to get at. But I also thought or understood that the use of the seal was included in this, or is it just the name?
I think one of these protocols has a use of the city. 3.1.3 says, shall not wear on their city name tag.
So here, let me ask this
We can
question.
modify into this.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I want to get to where we're going. Mr. Wu at the end has his name tag, city seal. So he's here on official city business, right? He leaves the meeting and goes to say, I'm going to stop by at my favorite bar and have a drink. And he leaves. He leaves.
That's what the policy says.
He leaves, but he leaves it on. He leaves it on. He goes to the Red Fox, and he leaves it on. Is that a violation?
I do have a few questions.
To answer your question, I think under this protocol, under 3.1.3, probably would be. It says you shall not wear it on clothing in any manner other than in connection with official engagements.
Okay, so,
Under this language, that would be inappropriate in my opinion.
unless he was meeting a constituent there, maybe it is legitimate.
Maybe, right.
My problem with even this language is to restrict freedom of speech. You know, what the intent of this is misrepresentation
Okay.
of authority. We can parade up and down Del Mar saying I'm a council member or whatever, and that's not wrong.
Yeah.
To say I'm here representing the city,
Yeah.
that's wrong. Or
Yeah.
to say I'm the mayor when I'm no longer the mayor, that's inappropriate.
Yeah.
I think that's what this policy is gauged for. So I think this language may go a little too far. I also had a little bit of a concern in 3.1.5 where it says the only appropriate use of the title would be to refer to oneself as. Again, to be that specific is to restrict someone's speech. And I think probably and I think we get the gist of this. I don't know that that's even necessary to have in there.
All right, well, I just want to make sure that it's clear so that we have an understanding of what we can and cannot do.
You're not okay with 3.1.5?
No, what the concern I have with it is that it says the only appropriate use of the title is to refer to oneself. That's controlling speech. When I am only allowed to refer to myself with these quote languages, these quote unquote,
if you said
I'm controlling my speech. I could say,
past
I used
mayor.
to, I have
I've
been,
been a
at
past
one time
mayor.
I was. But, so this is just maybe hyper sensitive to the First Amendment, but it.
Okay, all right, I get it.
I got a few clarification I'd like to seek from you. For item 3.16, the policy says that if someone wants to seek election to public office, shall use a ballot designation which will appear on election ballot on a date when a title has not been previously and officially enacted to be effected on the date of election. And that seems to be not consistent with the election law. However, we may be able to put a more strict requirement on that, because I think, my understanding of the election law is that when you file your paperwork, it has to be true. But we're asking someone to make that true on the election date. That would be a few months further away. So I'm not sure about whether we will be able to do that or not. Another question is, clarify, when does the mayor term start? From January or December?
December.
It starts in December when the
It
meeting,
starts
when the mayor's been elected mayor.
The conclusion of
And
the
it runs
meeting.
until the mayor is no longer the mayor, which would be the first meeting in December of the following year.
How many mayors do we have in December?
In the month of December, I guess we would have two.
Yeah, well, in one meeting, I mean, that one meeting we have, the current mayor stays till the end of that meeting to run the meeting.
but-
But then after that meeting,
Yeah.
But the existing,
The official title mayor transfers when the council votes to transfer it. Who, by consent, we've agreed that that person would continue to run the meeting to avoid chair swapping and moving of equipment and so forth. And for whatever reason, we decided to do that.
okay, the former mayor at the moment will continue to attend the community events, right? That,
Yes.
so on those events, should he introduce himself or be introduced as the mayor? By the time he wouldn't be mayor anymore.
Well,
And another issue is that, let's say, Councilmember Victor Cabral, when you put your name on the advertisement and you say you're endorsing Measure BB, your title is mayor, which is true. According to this policy, should you make a disclaimer as a private citizen or not? I'm not saying you should or
No,
not, but this is what the policy suggests at this moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure, that's why I'm asking all these questions, because I'm not sure what this policy says. I would say, yeah,
According to this policy,
maybe according to the new policy, you couldn't do it.
To answer your question, Zen, about the state elections code, the code does provide for an accurate reflection of your position at a moment in time, subject to future elections. And what we've seen is potential public confusion and misrepresentation about the status of a person who would use a title in let's say, November, when you're signing up to run for a March primary, and then the battle, the issues there. The state election code doesn't have a problem with that, but I think this policy is not, we're not doing an ordinance to make it illegal. We're just saying as a policy for clear communication to the public, if you're running in March and you're not going to be mayor in March and that honor hasn't been officially bestowed on you, you shouldn't use it. The election code, the Attorney General may not care, but I think this policy is designed not to, for the citizens of San Clemente not to be confused.
I'm totally with you. I think the intent of this policy should be provide enough disincentive for any future candidate to misrepresent themselves.
I think that the distance, the incentive is not to, that's the intent. That's why a resolution, we could consider other things. Obviously, if we can remove any of our officer positions at any time, or our designation to regional boards at any time. But the point is just to make sure that we have an accurate and fair representation of who we are and what we're doing. Because unfortunately, we've seen abuses in the past. And I don't want to overcomplicate this. I just think as a sanction would simply be to say, we deem it inappropriate. Now, we don't have an ethics code, an ethics committee, which we used to, that would weigh in on these issues. But I think it's appropriate for this council to just simply be able to say, that conduct was inappropriate. Don't do that. And hopefully provide an incentive so that all of us in the future, or maybe none of us in the future, will ever do it or consider doing it. I don't want to build in it fines and have to have ordinances and, make it totally draconian. I just want to say inappropriate conduct should be recognized as being inappropriate and have a simple mechanism for identifying it. That was my intent in a policy of this nature.
All right, and thus the purpose just establishes in 1.0 what that objective is.
So with that, unless there are any other comments, does anyone care to make a motion, or are there more questions?
I guess just the one question I had, and Zen, you brought, Councilmember Wu, you brought this up of, because what happened was former Mayor Duncan filed his papers while he was the mayor. And if that is allowed under state law, would we say that's not allowed with us?
That's what this policy would be saying. It's an inappropriate practice. And the basis of saying that is simply that if you know for certainty you're not going to be in that office, or that office hasn't been officially bestowed on you, you shouldn't be able to represent to the community 4 months later, look who I am, when you're not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm okay with if someone is, when they are filing, they are that position, and then afterwards saying, hey, I like verbally saying I am the former mayor, and not continuing to say.
Former, that's the key.
No
Yeah.
problem with that at all.
Yeah, so you're okay with the filing as mayor,
As former mayor, you should said if you were.
but when they file, they are mayor.
Right.
But you're not okay with them filing, saying they're mayor when they are mayor.
Not if that ballot is going to appear 4 months later when it's for certainty they're not going to be the mayor. Now, they may be appointed mayor again. The point is, in the history of this city, that hasn't been the case generally.
Yeah, I think.
That's a question of the city attorney. So if it's legal, the state accepts it. If you put mayor, when you file, when you're mayor, the city can't do anything to supersede that, can they? I mean, it's legal, they've done it.
So this is not an area that I'm aware of being tested in court before. Councilmember Wu did state the general law that applies in most cases, which is if a city wants to be more restrictive in certain areas, it could be okay, but this hasn't been tested, so I can't tell you whether it would be upheld or not.
Oh, thank you.
I would only say,
In that particular case, my opinion is that we should just let the candidate to file what the title at the time he was filing, but afterwards, a misrepresentation should be subject to a policy that get censured or something.
So you're kind of just okay with
In other words, we don't want to change or modify the state law because we're not really sure if we can do that or.
Right. So, but you're saying you're okay with this as written?
I would be okay with Councilman, let's say Councilmember Duncan filed his paperwork in December stating that he was mayor. So you would have a mayor on the ballot, but immediately after December, he cannot go out and say, I am the mayor. That's wrong.
Okay, well,
That's kind of what this says.
Yeah, and I just want to be, so in this, as is written right now, there's nothing in there saying that they can file as basically what happened. There's nothing going against that.
this
just-
policy does prohibit that. In 3.1.6, it says, "No mayor or mayor pro tem seeking election to public office shall use the ballot designation, which shall appear on the election ballot on a date when the title has not been previously and officially enacted to be in effect on the date of the election." So if the city hasn't said, "You're mayor in November," but in March of next year, we haven't authorized you to be mayor, you can't say mayor knowing your ballot's going to say mayor 4 months later and then 8 months later that in the general election.
I don't know.
Because that tells the public, it misrepresents to the public the status of our position. And the only purpose of this policy, in my opinion, is just for an accurate representation to our community of who we are and what we're doing.
So if somebody did that and say we censured them or did whatever,
Yeah.
of course, they could appeal that or do something, say, wait, what the state, I just
They
did
could
what the
defend
state said.
themselves and say,
So we
"Okay,
would,
it's okay with the state."
nobody probably has ever taken this, or, so it's just going into no man's land, it looks like. If we do it or don't do it, and somebody files a suit.
Well,
then-
that's one provision dealing with the election ballot.
Right,
The other actions all deal with representations in the community in general.
community, okay.
I think I'm okay with everything but 3.1.6. I think it's just a little bit murky water for me, and especially knowing state laws, and if someone is what they are when they write that on the ballot, good for them. And if that's not what they are 3 months later, then they can verbally say, I am formally this, but I was this when I
Yeah, so even, let's say in your scenario, Mark, after the election, after the ballot has been printed, and they're no longer the mayor pro tem or the mayor, they're still not allowed to say verbally to the community, I am what I'm not.
verbally, that's fine.
But we're not,
Yeah.
you don't want to step on the toe of the state statute, is that
Yes.
your thinking?
So what's on the ballot is on the ballot, but you're not allowed to say that.
Remove it, I mean.
No, that's true, that's true.
So
Okay, well,
I think in
We can
in
change this.
practice,
We can
if-
modify this
if
any
we-
way you want.
If we pull that part out, if we pull that particular item out, I think the rest of it covers it well enough. I think, we do have a policy now. We didn't have a policy before, so it's like, I think it's pretty clear what the intention is. And so I would be fine with removing that portion.
in addition to that portion, I'd like 3.1.5 also to be removed, only because it controls speech a little bit, and I think the general policy would, already covers the concept.
So you don't need the specific language, just you're not representing yourself as a mayor pro tem or the mayor once you're not.
With those exact words, that's my.
Yeah, because you could say past mayor and you'd be in violation of this.
Exactly. The only other change I'd recommend is in 3.1.2, where it says you have to identify yourself as speaking as a citizen. I think it should simply say, when speaking as a private citizen at public meetings in any public setting, you shall not refer to yourself as speaking on behalf of the city.
Of the city, and just keep it that
When the city hasn't
simple.
authorized you to do so.
Yeah, I could buy that. Andy, did you want to say something about the other?
Sorry, before you finish your deliberations and have a motion, we do have some comments.
Okay.
Oh.
So those are my concerns, unless there are any other suggestions, but we can hear public comments.
Yeah, my only, I like 3.1.2 as it is. I think just to preface, hey, I am a council member, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the council.
So you can identify yourself as a council member.
Yeah.
But you're not speaking, you're speaking as a private citizen,
Not on
not
behalf
on
of the
behalf of the city.
Yes.
Simplify it to like that, would that be
Yeah, no,
okay?
my concern with that is that, again, we're controlling speech.
But-
What we want to control in this policy is misrepresentations. We
So,
don't want to represent we're something we're not.
But that's,
And if you say, when you speak in public, you should be able to say anything you want. We have the First Amendment. But you shouldn't be able to misrepresent your position. That's my concern. Mark's suggestion is that we're now committed to speak specific words, and I don't think any policy should restrict the First Amendment freedom of speech. What we can do as a policy is say, we don't want you to misrepresent your authority.
So if I could respond to that, why I put this in this is because I've seen council members say, I'm a council member, and then da-da-da-da-da, and it misrepresents the entire council. And so you are speaking on behalf of everyone, which is a form of misrepresenting authority.
Well,
So that's why I think it's okay to say, hey, I am a council member, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the council in some regard of that.
I'm speaking as a private.
Yes, and again,
citizen.
if it's not the exact verbiage, I don't think we're limiting anyone's freedom of speech. You can still say whatever you want to say. No limitation on freedom of speech there, you're not lumping all of us in together and then speaking on behalf of the rest of the council. That's my fear.
It's a similar problem to when we have our stationery with our sole name on it, and we send communications to organizations or to unions or whatever, to groups, and we say, Council Member X, I love this idea. You're saying Council Member, you're not requiring anyone on our stationery to say, I say this as a private citizen. My concern is misrepresentation, not who we are. We could say whatever we want about who we are. We're grandparents, we're parents, we're ex-military, we're ex-cops, we're all sorts of things.
But we're not speaking on behalf of other people when we say those things. And to the point of the stationery, before I was on council, there's a big to do about stationery and someone signing their name on the stationery and speaking for the rest of the council on that stationery. And so now this is that same thing, except for instead of writing, it's done orally. And so when you say I'm council member from San Clemente, and you're at a public forum for something else, it is as if you are speaking for the whole council, unless you put that little asterisk there. So
Well, you can assume that, but when you walk down Main Street with a name tag, or someone greets you on the street and you say, by the way, I'm on the city council, and this bench looks really ratty, and I wish it were cleaned up. You're not speaking on behalf of the whole council, but every time you wear a logo represent of who you are, what you've done in the community, someone could assume you're speaking on behalf of the council if you say, no, wait, I'm just speaking as a private citizen that bench looks trashy, would you please, I'm not speaking on behalf of the council. Why burden any people? The purpose of this isn't to burden anybody. The purpose of this is to prevent misrepresentation.
Well, it's the prevention of misrepresentation that I'm worried about. Because speaking to someone on a bench, one-on-one, that's a little bit different than going into a public forum, speaking to a large group, a large audience of constituents that you're speaking for, not at a city official meeting, or going to public comments at a public forum that's, say, a
school board meeting
or something else. And you come up and say, I am a city council member, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, it gives a misrepresentation, which is the words you're using here, a misrepresentation that you are speaking for behalf of the council. And so to say, yes, I'm a council member, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the city. Just that little asterisk, and I'm golden. This is great.
Any other council comments before we hear public comments? Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have some public comments?
Yes, Kathy Ward, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Tom Streeter.
Okay, council, this is a policy on ethics. And it's not saying that someone isn't ethical, but it's just giving guidance. And I have to say that when Chris Duncan was the mayor, he was actually the mayor for 3 years. I saw things online, not to say that he was trying to do it on purpose, but there was a lot of freewheeling with the title. When Mayor Gene James was the mayor, I saw something online where he was talking about coastal erosion and that, it called him Mayor Duncan. He was not the mayor, he was the mayor pro tem. That shouldn't happen, and I saw many articles like that. Then he was the mayor for the second year, and then the third year, I think because of the way the council did this and didn't want to change chairs and all that, he ends up filing that he's the mayor when he knows he won't be the mayor when the ballot comes out. And so this is a question of ethics. Do you represent the people that you are the mayor and make it confusing? And what I saw the third year when he was running for office and Mr. Cabral was the mayor, he was still being called the mayor because the whole entire public was so confused of who was the mayor. That's technically what it is. It should be common sense. But unfortunately, we have to write it down. And because we've never had anyone run for higher office, I think this happened. And there was people that wanted to encourage that and took freedom to do that. It wasn't necessarily that he did it, but it happened. I still don't understand why you don't want to change chairs when someone is voted in. It's happened for decades. And I thought we had this at the last meeting when I talked and said, just change chairs. And Victor, you were the mayor from the instant that you were voted for the mayor. But that gives and you should have done it. And I thought that's what we were doing because you didn't adopt the policy at the time. So I'm a little confused with what we're trying to do, but you shouldn't be the mayor. I don't know what the election law is, but it's just common sense. If you're not the mayor when that is going to come out, you shouldn't say you're the mayor. And I can actually say legally, I am a former member, not the former member, because there's many, but I am a former member, and that's all you're able to say to anyone when you're talking. Former, not current, not for the San Clemente Times and whoever's online should not be calling you the mayor if you're not the mayor. So there was great confusion, and it's sad, but it happened for 3 years. So, please try and rectify that any way you can, because it's not good
Now
for
I'm
the public.
confused because I thought Kathy was still the mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor.
Amanda Q.
I'm so glad Kathy was here because I was here when she spoke last time about this issue, about just trading, chairs and just switching. It takes seconds to do. And I'm glad Kathy Ward mentioned, that Chris Duncan, that he was mayor for 3 years. And in the primaries, we had 2 mayors on the ballot, right? Mayor Victor Cabral for Central Committee, and then we had Mayor Chris Duncan for State Assembly in the primaries. And here's a situation, we were talking about ballot integrity before, here's another situation. It does go to what is important for the electorate, for the people. What is his title? And so I think that I understand Mayor Knobloch's suggestion about not restricting free speech, but it goes to voter integrity and ballot integrity, and that's something that we can't dismiss. So having something that is more restrictive, I think that is kind of good to do because, as Kathy Ward said, you could say former mayor, but having a title and using it 3 years in a row, I mean, that's absurd, and it shouldn't be happening. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Tom Streeter.
Comes the voice of reason here.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Tom Streeter. I'm a retired gent of leisure. That's my only title right now. And I want to address the situation that was raised earlier. Victor Cabral supports Measure BB. Okay, that's cool. An advertisement comes out in the San Clemente Times. Measure BB has been endorsed by the following notables. And there's Victor Cabral. And can he say Victor Cabral, comma, mayor? I don't see why not. He has an interview with one of the reporters. Oh, Mr. Mayor, tell us why you support Proposition BB. And he says, well, this is what I think. Now, we only got 4 votes out of the 5 to do it. But, well, Mr. Mayor, what are the arguments again? He ought to be able to refer to himself as the mayor when he's arguing the merits of Proposition BB, whether it's in a paid ad, whether it's in an interview with a reporter. He is what he is. And in that situation, there's no hint that he is representing the position of the city, that the city council as a council has endorsed Measure BB. But there he is in the ad saying the following 17 notable citizens have all endorsed Proposition BB, and there he is, Victor Cabral, comma, mayor. If the ordinance that you're, not the ordinance, if the policy that you're planning to adopt forbids him from doing that, it's overbroad.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Tony Rubolino.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I commented on that and it was inappropriate.
All right. This is a old hairdryer that I found in my house, kind of beat up. This is not my hairdryer,
Obviously.
obviously. But it's interesting. I was curious what the warning label said on the hairdryer, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but keep away from water danger. Always unplug it after use. Do not place or store where the dryer can fall or be pulled into the tub, toilet, or sink. I am so sorry that we are spending so much time on an absolutely ridiculous topic. This is absurd. Staff time had to be put into this, and I'm thankful that you're addressing it. That's not the concern. The problem is that Chris Duncan's abuse of his title led us to this point. And we're effectively putting this warning label in place so that this doesn't happen again with any elected as they seek higher office or any other circumstance that could be confusing to the community. And if you notice on Chris Duncan's X account, it now says former mayor. But that wasn't there until all of this started. So thank you that you're faithfully following through with this. I think the staff and all the legalities that had to go in to make sure that this was done on the up and up. But it is just absurd that we are even here discussing this in the first place. I'm so sorry that we're wasting time. This is Chris Duncan's legacy right here, having to deal with something that we have never had to deal with in the history of San Clemente, as far as I'm aware, to this extent, where there were such things as abuses where reporters were going ahead and moderating a debate between Duncan and his opponent, Assemblywoman Lori Davies, and introducing Chris as the mayor, and he didn't correct them. It was on the ticker, on the video, and we had to have citizens call in and say, no, 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 that's not right. Chris is not the mayor, and they had to change it, but that should have been Chris. But, you know, he kind of does what he wants to do and doesn't have to pay any penance for it. So now we're here to roost and take care of things and clean things up. So thank you for putting a hairdryer warning label on this so that it doesn't happen again. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Any other public comments, Madam Clerk?
No.
Okay.
so splitting the baby here, 3.1.6, which is what we've been talking about as far as, I think is a fine message to send. You know, whether it's legal in the state or not, when you know you're going to be on the ballot and not being mayor at that time, I think it's a good message to send. As you probably shouldn't do that. You should do the right thing. If somebody does it and we take action and somebody wants it, yeah, we'll just deal with that. I don't think it's ever going to come up. I think everybody understands this now. Probably would not if you're running for another office. You probably would put former mayor when you know you're going to be that when it's printed. I'm going to assume. I also, though, I like Mark's simplification on the you're in public, you're speaking not for the city, but you go up at a forum and say, hey, I'm Rick Leffler, I'm San Clemente Council. I'm not speaking for the council. I'm speaking as a private citizen, and then you go off and fire what you say. I just think it's simple. I really think everybody understands that. I don't think we need to make it more complicated. And I'm ready to accept everything else the way it is, just with the simplification of the wording on speaking in public as a private citizen.
So just to follow up on your comment then, to address Mr. Streeter's comment, let's say Victor Cabral's ad on Measure BB, would he have to say, I'm mayor, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the council in that political advertisement?
Well,
Because under this policy, he would have to make some representation that he's communicating to the public and he's saying his title. But just a question.
Yeah.
Madam City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, so the policy as proposed, as currently written, would prohibit a council member, mayor, or mayor pro tem from endorsing anything in a political campaign, because that would not be official city business. It cannot be, because you can't campaign using city funds or city property. So if you want to allow that, you need to make a change to the policy.
To the policy as drafted.
The policy as drafted.
And you're talking about item 3.1.2?
And 3.1.3. Both of those would have to be edited if you want to allow someone to use a title
If they use.
for campaign purposes.
If they use it on an ad and Victor Cabral, and, you could put in very small letters underneath, I mean, I do understand that, though, because you could go out now and you could campaign for a candidate.
I have no, just let me just to respond. I have no problem with any of us supporting Measure BB, for it or against it, and saying, I happen to be a council member, I happen to be a mayor. No one, like Dr. Streeter said, no one's gonna say, I was gonna assume you're speaking on behalf of the council. People in public office do lots of things to advocate their cause. I don't think we should be burdened, anyone should be burdened. Victor, or Chris Duncan, or anyone should be burdened by saying, I'm speaking on behalf of myself only, not my office. We're in a free society. We do things. We get honors. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we do. To say, I like this position, I don't, and I happen to be the head of the Kiwanis Club or the president of the chamber or a city council member. I have no problem with anyone doing that, so.
No, that's fine, because we had a
that's what I was-
congressman that
I was-
endorsed my opponent, and he wasn't speaking for the entire Congress.
Exactly.
Or maybe he was.
That's my point. Maybe he was, yeah, the Congress is, that's my point. I mean, to your point, that you've got to clarify that you're not speaking as a city councilman, but you are a city councilman, and that's your position. You're not speaking for the city, but you are a city councilman.
I guess my concern.
Let me finish. So you should be able, as an individual, say, I'm a city councilman, and this is what I think, because I'm more informed maybe than other people, because I know all the policies. I've been doing this for several years. And so that's your position. You're elected to it. So I don't think the city should be able to say, you've got to say you only speak as an individual. No, I speak as a city councilman when I'm at a forum educating people. I'm not speaking for the city, but I am speaking as a city councilman. So I wouldn't give up my right to speak
And
as
that's fine. I would just have that asterisk. I'm speaking as a city council member. I'm not speaking for the city. Because here's the thing. I'll be just blatant. Twice I've heard you speak at different events in public forums and spoke as if you were speaking for the city council. And I had questions. Well, does the city think this? What is the city's view on this? And so I would just say, I am speaking as a city council member. That's fine. Just not saying that you are speaking on behalf of the city.
Yeah, no one's ever, I never said that in any public meeting, other than the city official business, I'm speaking on behalf of the city council, ever.
I think it should be assumed that a city council member does not represent the whole body unless he specifically says that.
That's right, Mark, because again, the congressman that endorsed my opponent, so did you. And so I thought that was fine. I thought the fact that Mayor Duncan also endorsed my opponent, I never thought that included Steve and Victor. That is true. That's a good point. I never,
No, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I am weary of anyone on this dais making proclamations on behalf of the city.
Yeah, no one's done that. This item, 3.1.2 specifically, is to avoid misrepresentations. What you can't say is, I am representing the council. You don't have to give, it's like saying, you're a candidate, let's say you're interviewing for sheriff, and say, well, you on your application that you had a degree in police science, but have you stopped beating your wife yet? Well, I have to say, I'm not beating my wife. Why would you make anyone go beyond the obvious to say when they simply are making an honest representation?
well, when the discussion's over, I'm ready to make a motion that we accept this as filed.
I think we're making it overly complicated, as Mrs. Rubolino suggested. And I also think that the root reason of all this mess, part of that, is that a council member wants to keep that title for December so that you can use it for the ballot designation. Can we take former Mayor Kathy Ward's suggestion that just revert back to what we previously did? switch the seat the moment after the new mayor is elected.
We can, but that's kind of a different issue.
Yeah, we'd have to do that and agendize that for another time.
Yeah. Again, when you're ready, I'm ready to make a motion.
Are there any other comments on this policy before we entertain motions?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none, I'm ready to entertain a motion.
I move that we accept this policy as written.
I'll second.
I will make a substitute motion that we accept the policy as written with the exclusion of 3.1.5 and the language in 3.1.2, which simply says, no mayor pro tem or council members shall represent that they are shall represent publicly that they are communicating on behalf of the city when they have not been authorized to do so.
Discussion on that?
But does any of the motion address the city attorney's concern that we won't be able to go out and endorse any people if this policy stands and it got approved?
There's a motion on the floor. There are questions asked to the city attorney if there's any legal problem with that motion.
There's no legal problem, it's just what the council intends. So it's a policy decision.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Wait, just wait one second. I'm just reading 3.1.2. Just 1 second.
So I do have.
I cannot.
Second part.
One at a time.
What's the second part of your motion that you're striking?
In paragraph 3.1.2, where it says, the second line, seeking as private citizens at a public meeting in any public setting, the language after that is inserted, shall not represent that they are speaking on behalf of the city council. And that completes that sentence. The last sentence remains in place. Do you want me to repeat the language?
Yeah, no, I just don't know where you're inserting it, though. After the first
After
sentence?
the word shall, instead of identify, it says, at any public meeting shall not represent that they are speaking on behalf of the city when they have not been authorized to do so.
Okay, I'm fine with that language.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Rick, you need some more time to look at that?
And then what was the second line you wanted to get rid of?
That rest of that sentence, basically.
I mean, no, the other.
Item 3.1.5.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it up to the person to figure out how to call it. Yeah, I can second that.
Okay.
I feel this language needs to be cleaned up by the staff and bring it back. So I'm not able to support it. Any motion tonight?
Madam City Attorney, did you get that language for, on the motion? Or city
I
clerk,
have it,
should
and I'm
ask.
sure the city clerk has it as well.
Yes. And would you like to bring it, would you
No,
like
I
to
just,
bring it back?
he said for clarification, but you got the language, the
We
specific
have
language.
the language, yes.
There is a motion containing specific language as a substitute motion. Unless there's a third substitute motion, I'll call for the question.
I just wanted to address Zen Wu's. Is it, at the risk of bringing this back at another meeting, is staff fully understand the discussion to be able to draft new language that would
Mr. Mayor, would you like the city clerk to read back 3.1.2 as edited by your motion? Maybe that would
If
help.
that'll clarify the question for Mr. For Mr. Wu, excuse me, Zen, would you like to have the clerk read back the exact language of 3.1?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see both motion to be on the screen so I can read it, if that's possible.
That's not going to happen.
We cannot put a substitute motion on the screen.
Okay, please read it.
So the first was to remove section 3.1.5, strike for the record, and then 3.1.2, we're simplifying the language to say the mayor, mayor pro tempore, and council members shall not represent, I'm sorry, now I have to read through my scribbles. I made a couple of notes here, pardon me. I always go back and listen to the video after the fact. So the mayor pro tempore and council members speaking as private citizens shall not identify themselves, identify that they are representing the city in an official capacity, and then leaving in the language, the prohibition of this section shall not prevent anyone speaking in public from accurately communicating any title which has been properly bestowed upon them. So leaving that final sentence in, the prohibition of this section stays in. Is that correct, Mayor?
Yes, I believe so.
shall not to stay in there?
Shall not, yeah, shall not.
All right.
Yeah, shall not.
Okay.
Okay.
Did that clarify that?
So your motion is remove 3.1.5
Yes?
and modify 3.1.2.
Correct.
Okay, what does the other motion say?
That was the motion. The rest of the policies.
That we accept it as written, and now this is another motion.
A substitute motion.
Substitute motion, which we vote on first.
Did you want me to read the language on that, so it's clear from,
If you'd like to.
would it be helpful? Reiterating the words on the second motion, the substitute motion. The language in 3.1.2 said the mayor pro tem, the council members speaking as private citizens at a public meeting or in any public setting, here's the modified language, shall, then the words, not represent that they are speaking on behalf of the city unless they've been authorized to do so. And then that's the end of that sentence, and then the last sentence where it says this prohibition, that language will remain.
Okay.
Does that clarify the motion?
Yes, I understand your motion now.
Okay, unless there's any discussion on the motion, I'll call for the question on the substitute motion. Madam Clerk, is our
I can add in the motions here.
Just be clear, we're voting on the substitute motion.
Correct. And that was a second by Councilmember Loeffler. I'll add that in, and you can go ahead and start your vote. Carries 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is,
Speaking on behalf of the city council, I thank you all
who was
for your
authorized
fine
you to do
work.
that? Okay.
I'm not ever
Okay.
saying anything. I'm not even going to ribbon cutting anymore.
I know. You blame Kathy for that. Where's she
I
at? Is
know.
she still
No
out
more
there?
ribbon cuttings, Kathy. I'd like to welcome you. No, I can't do that.
Okay. Item 10B, resident parking program at Maxburg Park. Mr. Loeffler, you agendized this, and Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer supported you. And do we have a staff report?
Yes, good evening. Zach Ponton, your Assistant City Engineer. Tonight, we're bringing back, at your request, a topic of residential parking program around Maxburg Park. As we detailed pretty thoroughly in the agenda report, the history and how it came to be, but in June of 2021, Council designated the parkings directly adjacent to Maxburg Park as part of the park. And therefore, it was going to be subject to the park hours of prohibiting parking from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Council asked us to bring this back for consideration. And what staff did was met with Orange County Sheriff's Department, the Community Development Department, and Beaches and Parks, and kind of gave you some points to consider for your discussion tonight. Really quickly on next slide, please. The surrounding area is obviously directly adjacent to the park, not the frontage along the houses, but just the frontage of the park. Next slide, please, is some of the points in the agenda report that staff kind of came up with for your consideration is the park restrictions were created due to nuisance RVs, but also for public safety. The Sheriff's Department wanted to see some better line of sight out there. So that's why it was originally changed in 2021. And so doing any modifications to that, one of the points to consider is to still maintain some good points of line of sight into the park. That's not only for the police, the park rangers, but also for the residents nearby who can also see the park at all times at night. Some of the other points to consider, parking residential programs are often can be very onerous on staff and the police and the RSVPs for enforcement, because it's often complaint-based. So if you get an overzealous neighbor trying to enforce their neighborhood, you can see a lot of requests on staff and resources. Some of the other points to consider is these are single-loaded streets. So prior to the 2021, this was probably one of the better parking areas anywhere west of the 5 in the city. And when that restriction was put in, they simply became parking only in front of their houses, which is pretty much how the rest of the city is west of the 5. So they had one of the better situations. So when that prohibition came in, you lost that the double street parking out there. There are, staff looked at other nighttime parking in the area. The school frontages do allow parking at all times. The frontage directly adjacent to the park of Max Berg, you have to leave by 7 a.m., but the other frontages of the school do allow parking 24 hours. And then these homes around here are also adjacent to the zoning of commercial businesses up on Aragon and closer to El Camino Real. Those commercial businesses don't really have extensive nighttime use, so there's other options for them to park a little bit further away. If we were to change the situation, we would need to come back, do some public noticing. Creating a residential parking program would need to go through Coastal Commission for there and potentially need a coastal development permit. And one last point is typically these come from requests from the residents and a demand and a survey of those residents and a petition from residents. And so we need to come back with a full survey of the residents, a full zone of what's to be included, and we would need to definitely come back. And with that, staff's available for questions.
Any questions of staff? Not yet. Your public comments?
Yeah, let's hear.
Okay, let's hear public comments. Madam Clerk, who's lined up?
Amanda Quintanilla.
Of course, I'm going to speak on this item. I've dealt with it for 5 years, right? And it keeps on popping up. So this started happening, actually, it came before the city council. Councilmember Gene James brought it up at the November 2020 city council meeting where Chris Ham said that we had plenty of ordinance on the books regarding the RV parking around Maxburg Park. And so that was in November of 2020, and then it came back in 2021 with the prohibition of parking around Maxburg Park. And in 2022, as a result of a shooting, a graze to the head, it was Captain Benfield who decided to have a clear line of sight and to take down a wall and take down bushes. And so, you know, I'm glad that Mr. Ponson did put in a map of how many parking spaces there are. There is about like 126 parking spaces there available day and night, with the restriction of daytime parking right in front of of Las Palmas Elementary School and on to the left side, which is Avenida Aragon, on the corner of Avenida Aragon and Calle Puente. So there is plenty of spaces for people, for residents. And so, you know, there's 23 spots on Avenida Aragon, 21 spots also on the other streets, 22 spots, 10 to 11 on Aragon, 7 spots on Prado. And I'm glad that, you know, Mr. Ponson included that map because there are so many parking spaces. And so it's not to say that, you know, they're always available, but there are potentially a lot of spaces for residents. I am a resident of that area. I went out at various times at night and looking at, oh, there's parking, take a picture. There's parking spaces there. And so I don't know why this kept on coming back up, but I think that it should just stay as it is. It's helping clear line of sight, not having parking around Maxwell Park, so that's really good. And so I think it just leave it the way it is. And even, I think a parking permit was discussed in 2020 with the city council members at the time. And a part of the problem was that the residents were enabling this RV parking in their driveways or in front of their homes. So it just exacerbated the situation if we were going to do that. But I think it should just remain the way it is. But thank you so much.
I have a motion.
Next, is there any other speakers?
There is not.
Okay, unless there are any other comments, I'll entertain motions.
I have a motion.
Go
I
right
made it to receive and file.
Receive and file.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can second that, but one comment I would make is that I understand parking is always going to be an issue in our town. I think one thing that could really help with this would be the addition of a trolley stop near West El Portal on El Camino Real. It could alleviate a lot of the parking going there, especially when we have events. People can get off at the trolley, go walk. It's just a short distance from there to the park. So just an idea to put out there to staff of adding a trolley station there.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to receive and file?
I seconded.
Well, I have a couple of comments.
Okay, go right ahead.
This was citizen-generated complaints that families come home, specifically family that has a couple of young girls at work late, they're waitresses, they come home and there's no place to park anywhere, and they live adjacent to Maxburg Park. So looking at it, trying to figure out, well, is there a way to add some more parking spaces? Never in favor of allowing RVs to park there, never in favor of probably blocking all view sites. There's a lot of ways you could park cars there and still have view corridors. But let's extend it into the neighborhood also. Going down the Maxburg Park neighborhood, and especially south, parking is a nightmare. I know there are cars, including RVs, that are parked there 24/7. There's no enforcement whatsoever, and a lot of that is people have too many cars. They have their garage full of stuff. And that could extend, actually, let's talk about other neighborhoods, the Pier Bowl. I mean, the Granada, all the way from El Camino Real down to the Pier Bowl. Small parking spots, not enough parking, and I get email after email after email, what can we do about the parking? Then when we add the fact that the hotel's probably going to go in on Del Mar, what was the big comment? What was it about? It was about parking. There are some ways to alleviate at least some of this, or at least lessen the problem. One of them would be to add some more parking space. The other thing we could possibly do is permits, resident permits. You can get a permit for every car that's registered to you, well, at least one car that's registered to you in a verified residence. And you can park overnight with that permit. If you don't have that, if you have multiple cars or you don't have a car registered to you, then you've got to move down the line and find another place to park. This is all about resident parking and accessibility to parking for residents. And it's a real issue around Maxburg Park. It's a real issue in a lot of parts of our city.
I thought that's where this study was originally headed. I like that idea, but we have a motion on the floor to simply receive and file. Is there a substitute motion on the floor? Or if not, I'll call for the question unless anyone else wants to speak to the motion to receive and file.
I have a question. I don't know if Steve.
Well, we have a motion on the floor. We can only procedurally speak to the motion. If you have questions of staff, I guess I could ask the maker and the seconder to stand down on the motion for council members to ask questions. Is that acceptable?
I'm happy.
Okay, go right ahead with your question, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to see if our police chief have any comments or input on this issue, because the main reason to not allow parking is driven by the public safety consideration. And if we were to add some parking, what is their requirement? What are they willing to accept?
Did you want our police chief to weigh in on that question?
Yes, if that's possible.
Chief Christian, could you help us out here? Thank you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Thank you, Captain.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'd just like to say, Amanda said it well back in '22 when Captain Benfield was here. And this was put into place for public safety specifically. Had some issues. She mentioned the shooting in Berg. So, yeah, I mean, it was a great idea. It seems like it's worked quite well for us, for the deputies in the field, to be able to patrol Berg area, the park specifically, better at all times, specifically nighttime. In driving around there, I went today, yes, it was during the daytime, but a lot of spaces I could see into the park, but where there were cars parked, it made it difficult to see a good distance into the park. So I would say it definitely helps not having parking around Berg Park. But again, it's your city. We're here to do what you guys want. And I understand parking is an issue west of the freeway. So we're more than willing to do whatever it is you guys feel is necessary in the park. But I do like having the line of sight into the park.
Thank you, Captain. Councilman, who do you have?
Captain, if we keep the corner, the radius is very large. If we keep the whole corner open and just add a few parking spaces along the linear portion of that, does that still allow you to have enough sight line to observe?
It will reduce the sight line. It is very nice having full visibility of the park, no matter what street you approach the park from. So that will limit the abilities for the deputies to see. But there are ways around it. Coming in on a patrol car and seeing what you can see from the windshield of a patrol car is great when you have a great distance to be able to see as much as you can see. But, utilizing getting out of the car, walking into the park is also an option and something that the deputies do regularly anyway. So
Out of all four sides, you prefer to have free sight line on all sides?
I think when we're speaking of Berg specifically, with the issues that have been there, I think it's the best option for public safety for reducing the issues that we've had there, the stabbings, the shootings, the congregation. Yeah, it's beneficial to have it completely open. But again, I understand the need for parking as well, so.
Thank you for your input.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions for the captain? Any other questions of staff or further discussion before we go back to the motion? Okay, if there's no questions, Councilman Wu, are you okay with your questions so far?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
and,
thank you.
I'll go back to the motion we have on the floor. You want to reinstate your motions
Yes.
made by
Yes.
Mr. Cabral, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer.
We're voting.
Voting.
Call for the question?
Councilmember Wu, were you able to vote?
It's rebooting or
it's
something.
I'm relogging.
I can vote for you if you would
Okay,
like.
my vote is yes.
A yes, so that carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next item is item 10C, a review of requirements for boarding houses and residential care facilities and sober living homes. Do we have a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor Noblock and council. Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. At the recent December council meeting, the council requested some information related to the city's ordinances on boarding houses, residential care facilities, and similar uses in light of a recent court decision regarding the city of Costa Mesa's ordinance regulating boarding houses and sober living homes and similar uses. I'll start with a little bit of background on the city's regulations and then kind of work into how they differ from the city of Costa Mesa and what the implications of the lawsuit lead to. So I will say state and federal law does recognize drug and alcohol addiction recovery as a form of disability. And so all laws related to sober living facilities do need to keep that in mind. There are various forms of what would be considered sober living. That tends to be a term that is used to describe a number of different and unique types of land uses. When we're talking about residential care facilities, at least in the city, we're talking about state licensed facilities that provide care and treatment and housing for people that are in some type of recovery. Residential care facilities do cover more than just recovery from drug and alcohol addiction. They cover elderly care, other types of disabilities. But for this discussion, when I reference residential care facilities, I'll be talking about those licensed by the Department of Healthcare Services for drug or alcohol recovery. For state licensed facilities, regardless of whether it's the city of San Clemente or the city of Costa Mesa, this state law prescribes what cities can regulate locally. For the city of San Clemente and other cities, cities are not allowed to create ordinances that regulate residential care facilities of 6 or fewer, different than they would any other single-family residence. For residential care facilities of 7 or more, the state has required that the city does provide a path for that is regulated by the state. And then when we get to unlicensed facilities, that's where we can really see some difference between San Clemente and Costa Mesa. Both cities identify either what we call group homes or what the city of San Clemente calls boarding houses. So boarding houses are land uses that occur within a dwelling unit where you have multiple lease agreements. That would be that's pretty common in zoning ordinances that identify some type of I'll say congregate living situation. It's different than congregate care, but it's when you have a group of individuals that are coming together for a shared living arrangement under separate leases. What the city of Costa Mesa did is that in addition to the group homes or what we would call boarding houses, is they identified a separate class of such facilities, and those are the sober living homes. So getting to the Ninth Circuit Court's decision, what was at issue was a plaintiff who was an operator of facilities in Costa Mesa, sued the city saying that they were discriminating because they were requiring a special process just for sober living facilities. What the court found was that the city of Costa Mesa provided more benefits for sober living homes than they did for just regular group homes. And because of that, because there were more benefits specifically to this group of disabled, that their ordinance was able to stand. Well, if you compare what the city of Costa Mesa is doing with their ordinance compared to what the city of San Clemente does, you'll find that the city of Costa Mesa, in an effort to be able to regulate unlicensed sober living homes, those are properties that don't provide any treatment or services, just housing, for the benefit of doing that, they have allowed sober living homes to occur in many more residential areas of their city. And to put this in, Megan, can you put the map up? To put this into perspective, the city of San Clemente allows boarding houses, which by their very nature of operations encompass a number of types of land uses. Sober living homes will generally fit into a boarding house because of the way that their operations work, the number of leases that they have, and so forth. They meet the definition of a boarding house. The image on the left is the areas in San Clemente where boarding houses are allowed. They're residential medium and residential high zones. If we applied what Costa Mesa did for the additional benefit of simply regulating sober living facilities, we would have to allow them in all residential zones, which is the image on the right. Staff, in looking at this, has a number of concerns which are better outlined in the staff report, but fundamentally, to adopt the portions of the Costa Mesa ordinance, things like the minimum distancing requirement, in order for the city to do that, that would open up a process where the State Housing and Community Development Department would invariably require that we also do what Costa Mesa did in expanding the areas where sober living homes are allowed, which would make the areas that they are allowed from the image on the left, which is a very condensed area, portion of the city, to the area that's identified in the map on the right. The reason that we are able to do the map on the left is because we're not identifying specific regulations to any particular group. The boarding house is an umbrella land use that covers people generally. It covers the general, it's generally applicable. It's not tailored specifically to people in recovery who are identified as a protected class. So, so staff, in our assessment, would recommend that we maintain our ordinance as it currently stands. However, because of the request for information and, you know, the opportunities of looking at what the city can do, there is a resolution if the city would like to move forward on any action related to modifying the city's current regulations in light of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision. And so our recommendation at this time is just to receive direction from the City Council on whether to initiate any ordinances.
Okay, thank you.
I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff?
No, I would just say great work on that. That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
No questions? Yeah, let's hear them.
Sarah Schneider?
Hello, good evening, Sarah Schneider. Congratulations, Mayor Knobloch. I really look forward to working with you in the year to come. Your background and your experience will serve us all well. Thank you, Mayor Cabral. You set us up for great success this year with your focus and leadership. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for serving for 2 years. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Councilman Loeffler. You ran a great campaign. You were focusing on residents and nonpartisan issues, and you didn't serve any outside interests. So I appreciate that. I'm here to speak again on my favorite topic. It's one that I never knew that I would know so much about, but I have spent a great deal of time researching and thinking about this on behalf of our city. As a result, I have gathered a lot of information, have a lot of feedback from residents on this that I thought would be worth sharing with you all. Thank you to the city for that report. I definitely agree with certain portions of what Adam's saying, but I do have reasons to believe that we can do better. So let me just start and preface this by saying the verbiage that we hear from the Department of Housing and the Department of Healthcare Services and the state of California on these rehab homes, group homes, integral housing, things of that nature, it's just flat out wrong. It's actually it's offensive and wrong. They're living in a fairy tale world when they talk about the fact that we're magically going to be able to have these benevolent homes that integrate very ill people who need a lot of care and a lot of oversight into our workforce, into our schools. It's not happening that way. It's not even close to happening that way. So we cannot live in this fantasy world anymore. I will tell you that the issue of, so the way things are going right now, we have these rehab empires that operate. If you Google rehab in Orange County, you will come up with hundreds of companies, and they're companies. They're on LinkedIn. They call themselves entrepreneurs. They're there to make money, and what they're doing is they figured out how to milk the health insurance. And how they do that is they get one state license, which, as Adam says, we cannot regulate. Sadly, there was an audit this year which says state licenses take, the Department of Health Care Services takes 9 months on average when you have a complaint that goes through them. It's totally unacceptable. They take one state license and then they acquire a fleet of properties that they use to bill insurance over and over and again with these residents. This is happening in San Clemente. It's happening in our residential low neighborhoods, which are not supposed to have unlicensed sober homes. They're there. I've spoken with dozens of residents who are struggling with the issue. My recommendation, darn it, I'm running out of time. I have several recommendations. I'm going to have to email them to you because I'm running out of time, but I have 3 ideas. One of which is send a letter to Governor Newsom immediately because, all right.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Any other public comments? Madam Clerk? Okay. Discussion on the item?
If there's no discussion, I'll move it. I think, I would move that we accept the original recommendation that just table this and
Receive and file.
and proceed, and file it, and that would be my motion.
That's a couple of questions of Adam,
You may. Go right ahead.
just for clarification. So, one, in a state license, a person gets a state license for a sober living facility. Can they use that license for other addresses also?
No, they cannot. If they have a state license, let's say that provides outpatient services, so that would be a commercial location where, for lack of a better term, a doctor's office type of setting where people don't live there. And then they have facilities where people do live, where they do provide housing. Those facilities are going to fall under our boarding house regulations. And so they would need to get a boarding house permit, which is a discretionary permit that's under the purview of the Planning Commission, or they would need to get a state license.
Okay, so it's only the location that has the state license that kind of gets immunity from any control from us, the primary location license.
Yes, the state licenses are in they're a protected, they have more protections under state law than unlicensed.
And what's our current distance between houses that they can have under just the general sober living home without the state license?
So the boarding houses require a 300-foot minimum distance. However, they require a conditional use permit. So there are findings that are met, that need to be met, and need to be found to be met by the Planning Commission. And those findings are things like they won't have negative impacts on neighboring properties. And so if findings can be made that additional separation is necessary, then that could be part of the review.
If they're too close to a school or something, would that allow them to have maybe
potentially the discretionary process allows the city to look at these on a case-by-case basis. One of the other nuances of the Costa Mesa ordinance is that for a certain class of sober living homes, they have an administrative permit, meaning if you just check off the boxes, you get the permit. We don't have that. It's boarding houses. All boarding houses require a conditional use permit. They would all go through a discretionary review where those findings need to be made, conditions can be applied, or the permit can be denied because of potential negative impacts on the neighborhood.
Okay, so on a case-by-case basis, it could extend past the 300 feet, but you feel if we passed an ordinance that made it a flat, we just added, say, 600 feet, then that might trigger some action that would take our overlay of where they can be permitted and just extend it to the entire city?
Yes, because we're reducing the number of potential boarding houses, and the state would look at that. I can speak with almost certainty on this. They would look at that, and since we're reducing the number in the zones where they're allowed, that we would need to allow for an expansion of the area so that we're not losing the potential number of boarding houses that are currently allowed.
Okay, and last question, whether it's a boarding house, a state licensed sober living home, or an unstate licensed sober living home, our regular code enforcement still enforces codes over those entities no matter what?
Absolutely. Yes, if there are any unpermitted or unlicensed facilities that occur in the city, we always tell people, call code enforcement and we will investigate those matters. When it comes to residential care facilities of 6 or fewer that are state licensed, the city is a bit more limited because we can only enforce the laws that apply to any single-family home. But that doesn't mean that there aren't nuisance issues that occur that don't apply, generally, that we can't enforce. So if there are any, if there's any concern that there's an unpermitted boarding house operating, code enforcement will follow up on that.
I do have personal knowledge, but just for the benefit of the residents, have we actually, because of nuisances, closed or made it to where sober living, well, I'll say boarding houses, sober, whatever, have actually had to cease operation?
Well, yes. When we initially adopted this ordinance back in 2016, the city had a lot of unlicensed sober living homes, unpermitted sober living homes. We went from, I want to say, below 60, just below 60, to about 15 total facilities in the city. That number has changed over the years, but by and large, most of the facilities that are here are state licensed and they're protected by state law. We've had one conditional use permit issued for a boarding house. It's not, it is much easier for people to get a state license for 6 or fewer, and so that's the avenue they go. I will say Costa Mesa, I can understand why they did this. They had a much larger problem and a longer-term problem with unlicensed facilities that were not interested in getting state licenses. All they wanted to do was provide housing. So it makes sense for the city of Costa Mesa, but in comparison to our city, we just have a different situation.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions from the council?
I have
Go
a
ahead.
quick question to the staff. So to simply put, my understanding is that the court or state housing department will look at a city's ordinance on sober living home and a boarding house and group houses in its totality. And your assessment is our current ordinance is actually more restrictive than Costa Mesa, and we don't get to cherry pick what Costa Mesa happened to get on that single issue, which is a greater separating distance.
Yes, that's correct. I will rephrase one thing. Our ordinance as it relates to group homes and boarding houses is similar to Costa Mesa. Theirs is much more liberal in that they want the benefit of regulating sober living. And in order to do that, they've had to allow those uses in many more zones. And then to cherry pick would open up a can of worms, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from staff?
I would only say if you read the court decision, it does, there's trade-offs, and the trade-offs aren't worth it. That's why I'm making the motion now.
I second the motion.
Okay, motion on the floor.
Yeah, I've made the motion.
I think you, Mark, didn't you second that, or no, or am I mistaken?
I don't think I got to the second.
Okay, then Mr. Wu has seconded the motion. All in favor of, and again, the motion was to receive and file?
Yes. I think we're voting by key here.
Carries 5-0.
Okay. Thank you. Our next item is item 10D, a resolution. Madam Clerk, I'll let you read that. Thank you. 10D. Yeah, if you
Sure.
would, please. I started to, and then I would.
Consideration of a resolution to initiate a general plan amendment and a zoning amendment to the St. Clemente Municipal Code to establish a gateway overlay district, which would establish gateway-specific development standards to encourage development that supports the economic development and urban design goals of the general plan, accepting grant funding and making a related supplemental appropriation.
Thank you. You have a staff report? Go right ahead,
Good
Adam.
evening again, Mayor, Council. So this item is coming back to the council with expanded direction from the September 17th, 2024 meeting. At that meeting, staff had proposed a potential code amendment for consideration to better implement the economic development goals contained within the city's general plan and to foster some development potential that in city staff's experience has not been realized. At that meeting, the council requested that staff look into expanded opportunities in other parts of the city. And so staff went back to the drawing board and looked at the city on a more holistic level and tried to identify some really key areas of the city that were kind of ripe for potential economic development opportunities. And one of the I'll say avenues that staff identified was using our general plan identified gateways as a potential identification of areas where some incentives could be applied to spur some economic development growth. The gateways are identified in our general plan as areas of key importance to the city. I apologize, the map, it's without breaking it up, maybe a little bit small here, but at a number of intersections around the city, we've got two kinds of gateways. One are freeway gateways, and they're the green dots that occur along the freeway interchanges. And then there are some smaller blue dots that occur at prominent intersections around town. And in light of the previous discussion with the council and hearing some of the community feedback, staff investigated a program that we're proposing for council consideration and direction, whereby incentives could be provided on the basis of community benefits that the project is bringing. The previous iteration included some specific identifications of incentives, but in this potential general plan amendment and zoning code amendment, we would be creating a gateway overlay that provides an example, which is attached in the staff report, where if the project proposed brings certain community benefits that are weighed against the incentives that are being requested, that there could be a potential for some additional development or changes to development that would help projects get approved. So there's a list of some of the potential community benefits that staff put together. These are things that we've generally seen in development proposals, and these are things that over the months and years we've come to learn that are good things for the city to have, and then weighing those benefits that the project brings against the incentives that developers may be asking for, which could be things like expedited processing, permit fee reductions, reduced setbacks, rooftop decks, things of that nature, that there would be a process to allow some flexibility for decision makers to work with developers in a way that actually fosters some redevelopment. One thing to keep in mind is that we would definitely want to make sure that the applicability is included to ensure that we're talking about specific areas. Right now, the gateway areas in the general plan talk about being intersection adjacent. One of the things that staff would need to do is really identify the specific properties around gateways, what actually makes up the gateway area. And then we would definitely want to include language in any kind of ordinance that would allow the city the discretion whether to approve these types of requests. In the proposed or example ordinance that's attached, there's some language about weighing the incentives against the benefits, requiring the applicant to provide substantiation of why the community benefits are worth the incentive sought, but also that there would be language that, the city would not be obligated to approve an incentive that has specific adverse impacts, that incentives that are contrary to state or federal law, and that overall the incentive would not be in the best interest of the city. And I think that, the tenets of this type of ordinance would allow for the flexibility that I think developers and even the council have thought might be beneficial in spurring some development while weighing the interests of the city. So at this point, we're looking for council direction on whether to initiate such amendments, and if so, what specifically would the council be interested in staff following up? As I mentioned, this is an example ordinance. We're ready to take any recommendations. This would go back to the Planning Commission. There would be some environmental review. It would come back to the City Council. So this is not an adoption of anything. At this point, just direction to staff on how to proceed. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? I'm sure we'll have a number of public speakers, I presume.
We have two public
So,
speakers.
Any questions of staff before we hear public comments? No. Okay, let's hear from the public.
Kathy Ward, followed by Don Hickman.
That's Mayor Ward. You got it, good. That was a test.
I'm going to be very brief. Obviously, 3 minutes, I cannot touch on everything, and there's a lot to the general plan. But I'm also a former, very proud planning commissioner. 4 years of planning the city and the general plan, we looked at every single area, every lot, every street, everything. There was never ambiguity of what was a gateway. It was the very entrance into an area, and once you get into the buildings of private property, that's private property. And there was zoning that was done for those. We were very specific, and there's maps of every single lot in the general plan. You can look at any area. Zen Wu knows because he's been a planning commissioner. You can see every lot that's in the area. This report, however, doesn't have any maps. There's no plot maps. There's nothing of any lots. And that is inappropriate for you to be doing. It's inappropriate for you to be saying, we're going to do a gateway, and it's this entire street. Because if you look at every other street, Los Mares, Estrella, that's already been revitalized. There isn't really anything that could be done there. Palazada, there isn't anything there. El Camino Real has 3 new projects. One is going to be built, but they're all done. Just go down into the city, into the coastal area, which happens to stop at El Camino Real, and then it goes up a little bit into the outlet mall. That's the coastal zone. There isn't any other place, when this report mentions It's very, very vague on purpose, not fair to do that to you. It should have included lots and specific properties, and that is for the help of the people, too, to know what you're talking about. I looked at this report. I couldn't figure it out what it was. My question was, what is this? And really, it only really applies to the outlet mall. It does. It only applies to Vista Hermosa. They're trying to be put into a gateway where we can do rooftop decks. That's not going to happen at Palizada or Calafia or any of the other places. And also, it's problematic to get a coastal grant for areas, these secondary entrances or intersections into all the new areas, the ranch areas. Those are not in the coastal plan. And you want to take a grant and apply it for the coastal, to apply it to that. That tells me this is nothing more than for the outlet mall. This should not be coming, you had a whole room full of people at the last meeting. Councilmember Leffler, you made a motion, you said, let's look at other areas because we're painting ourselves in a corner. We all told you, this has a development deal. There's an agreed contract with this developer. If he cannot make this work and he wants to change something, he has procedures to do that. And we asked you not to do that. We also, there was a room full of people saying, we didn't get noticed. Tonight is the same thing. You don't see anyone here. They could not come. The noticing isn't happening because this is so vague. It's just a gateway. And I can tell you that we didn't contemplate gateways being the whole thing. Please.
Thank you.
This isn't going to work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Don Hickman?
My name is Don Hickman, and I am a member of the Marblehead Master HOA, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the HOA based on your prior comments. Like Kathy said, this thing is very vague, and it strikes me as just an attempt to do what you guys tried to do 3 months ago. I have no problem with the community benefits, but there's a rooftop deck here again. And if I look around at the gateways, I can then think of only one gateway where you could build a rooftop deck, and that's Hermosa. So we're right back to Lodge, putting another deck on it, and a bar, and lights. And despite the language you see in here about protecting residential areas, you put a rooftop deck on that lodge, you're not protecting residential areas. And I can only repeat what Kathy said. This is very vague. And you guys gave us no notice about this, which is why there's not more people like there were in September.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Amanda Quintanilla?
I am so glad Kathy was here tonight because, yes, I mean, this is vague. And when I looked at the city agenda, I thought to myself, do I even have to stay for this? And then I'm so glad I was here to listen to Kathy Ward mentioning about this is coming back. We thought this was already was settled, and about the rooftop deck. And I'm just really surprised that you're contemplating grants of $150,000 and to approve those. And regarding this matter, which unfortunately the people from that area weren't here tonight, and it's again, it's absurd that this is happening. And I'm so glad Kathy Ward is here to mention that certain things weren't in the staff report. And, she was on the Planning Commission, and so is Sun Wu was. And I'm so glad that residents are here to be able to speak, that are here tonight. And it's unfortunate that other people weren't able to speak. But I think we need to stop this matter because this was already resolved months ago and it's coming back. And it's just something that needs to stop. And I'm just wondering why it's being put back, why it got to be put on this city council agenda in the first place. I mean, who was responsible for that? So thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Was that the last public speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Questions of staff, gentlemen?
One quick question. Could you go back to the slide with all those green wheels on there? So, and I'm zooming it. I've zoomed in on my iPad here. The one that's Avenida Pico and the freeway, what's the street the one south of it, the next green overlay on that map? What street is that?
Next one down would be Palizada,
That's Palizada, okay. And then the next one south of that?
be Presidio.
Presidio, okay. That's my only question to staff.
A follow-up question on that very question, Rick. The last one you mentioned, the Palizada, that area, does that encompass the Old City Hall location? There's no, as Kathy said, there's no map per se. Would that include?
So potentially. Right now, the gateways they're identified by this map.
Okay.
And so,
Question then, if this matter comes back for further review and processing, would those specific lots be identified?
yes,
Do you know what they are now?
no, that would be something that would need to be.
Gateway concept,
Yeah.
business overlay zone for where people enter the city on major freeway off-ramps and so forth.
So for the Palizada one, that circle, does that take in the entire gateway, or is it just kind of a marker?
That's essentially a marker. So I'll give you an example. When the In and Out project was going through, that was identified as a gateway property. If you look at this map, the In and Out property itself is not going to be within that green marker, but it was through the discretionary review process seen as so pivotal to that entrance into the city that it was identified as part of the gateway.
Is Del Mar and ECR, would that be potentially part of this Palizada gateway?
You know what, potentially. That green dot is clearly on the western side of the freeway, but there are also some of the smaller gateways identified with the blue dots that do occur along El Camino Real. So like Avenida Pico and North El Camino Real, that intersection is a minor gateway, or what's called an other gateway here.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I have some question.
Go right ahead, Mr.
City manager, this is a question for city manager. For the benefits of public transparency, some people urge that this is designed for the San Clemente outlet. Is this the reason we initiated this? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, when this item first came to the city council, it was specifically for the Vista Hermosa interchange. The city council asked us to expand that and bring that back. That's why it's back before the city council now. They asked us to expand that to include all of the gateways, not just one specific interchange. And that's what we have done, and we've brought it back for your consideration.
Okay, and you mentioned a grant. What is that grant?
So we get planning grants. This particular grant, I think that was identified, was a grant that we got from the Coastal Commission to do some planning in the coastal zone. That includes several of those gateways. Others would not be included in there. We just wanted the council to understand that there is some funding sources out there, but that it's revising our ordinances takes some money. And so we wanted to identify that there's some costs, and we'll apply grant funds when they're available and when they can be used for that purpose, and when not, we'll have to find funding, which could possibly be the general fund.
Do we already have the money? Not yet.
Yes, we do have the grant from the Coastal.
We already received the grant.
Yes.
And the grant is not earmarked for this project, and we can use it for other projects if we want to.
Part of that grant would be eligible for this type of work.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one question. Under the community benefit examples, bullet point 3 says public access points such as courtyards or rooftop decks. I can understand courtyards being a community benefit. Can you explain to me why a rooftop deck is also a community benefit?
Well, one of the things that you can do is you can require those rooftop decks to be open to the public, so that they also can take advantage of views and some of those kinds of things. Inside a hotel, it's not very common that the public can go up to the upper stories of a building, for example, in that case, the upper stories of a building and be able to have public access. A restaurant or rooftop deck would allow that. There was a question about whether or not City Hall, the old City Hall, would be included in this. Old City Hall has some fantastic views if you get high enough, but you would probably have to have a couple of stories and a rooftop deck to be able to see over the freeway and some of those other things. So that was included in there because, again, one of the things that we will be pressed hard in the coastal zone is to increase public access. That's their number one goal of the coastal commissions, to increase public access. So any buildings that are being constructed in the coastal zone should first and foremost be thought about of how can we increase the public access in that structure. So that's kind of how that follows.
And then the other question I had was on commensurate incentives could include, and then the second bullet point, increased height as limited within the overlay provisions. Could you explain that a little bit?
Well, just so you know, these are all conceptual. What we tried to provide in this ordinance is a list of potential community benefits and potential incentives that we hear from developers that are barriers to them developing their properties. And so I think the basic premise of the ordinance would be, okay, if you can demonstrate that you can benefit the community, that the development would benefit the community, we'd be willing to provide some incentives that are commensurate with those benefits. So if you're willing to provide extra parking, or if you're willing to limit the lighting, or change the lighting, or limit the intensity of the lighting, maybe that protects the neighborhood, so we'd be willing to provide you with some incentives in exchange for doing that. If you exceed our code requirements, if you are more restrictive than our code requirements, we may be willing to provide you with an incentive. But it's all intended to be discretionary to the city council. The city council would decide, we just don't think that benefit is commensurate. No, we're not going to go with this. Or, you know what, if you can provide an extra trolley stop and an extra trolley, if you'll provide that to provide more public access in our community, maybe we can provide you with some incentives. It's intended to be very site-specific because and maybe that's why it's vague. The good and the bad part of zoning is that you try to put everybody into the same box, and properties aren't the same box. Every property is different. Every property has different circulation, different location, different needs. And so what we're trying to do is provide some flexibility to have a better development pattern. But I do believe the benefits have to outweigh the impacts, or it should be denied.
I'm just still a little confused, though. Increased height, but then as limited within the overlay provisions. So how can we increase a height but still have it limited?
Well, because in the overlay, you may say, okay, in the underlying zone, the height limit is 36 feet. In the overlay, we're going to lay 50, we would allow up to 50, but you can't go over 50. Or I'm just throwing numbers up out of the air. So what we're saying is we don't necessarily think there should be unlimited height. We think that the overlay zone ought to have limitations to it. I believe, I don't know if I'm answering your question, but what we're saying is, okay, the overlay zone may allow you to have some additional height, but that's not unlimited. You just can't go 25 stories. It may allow 10 extra feet, or it may allow 10%, or it may allow 5% or 5 feet, you know, whatever the city council decides is appropriate. But we think there ought to be some limitations on height. We think there ought to be some limitations on parking. All those things ought to have their limitations. And again, I don't mean to speak for Adam. You know, our idea is, one of the things that we have to be realistic about is that cities have economic development goals. And we just want to make sure that we're removing barriers to accomplish the city council's economic development goals. And to some extent, I believe that if the city council is supportive of a hotel at the outlets, it's okay to say that. We're supportive of getting this hotel built. What are the limitations? What are the barriers? What do we have to do to address that if that's a goal of the council? If a goal of the council is to get that built, then we have to be realistic and say, okay, well, what does it take to accomplish that goal? That's all staff's trying to do is help the council accomplish what we've heard as a goal, which is that hotel is approved for a hotel. There's still an impasse with the developer. What steps do we have to do to make that happen. I don't think there's anything nefarious in that. I think we keep dancing around it like that's some kind of a cuss word. It's not a cuss word, it's a goal. And so we're trying to find out what it's going to take to accomplish that goal. And it might take some negotiation. Well, our ordinance isn't set up to have those negotiations. So it might take some back and forth between the developers and trying to get more benefit for the community in exchange for what they're trying to accomplish. That's the basic idea.
Andy, if the outlet hotel is the most important or the biggest reason, the city can just enter a negotiation with the landlord, with the San Clemente outlet, to talk about how we can help them to make it happen. And we can do a development agreement or an amendment of existing development agreement. Right, that's another revenue, that's another avenue to do so.
Yeah, it could. And again, I believe it started with one site. There was some discussion of the council that, well, there's some other challenging sites in the community. If we're gonna tackle this issue, which has been a very difficult issue in this community, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at all of these areas that have had development challenges and see if there's some things we can do to remove some of those development barriers to make some of this happen. But we have a freeway that runs through our community, and that freeway has a lot of vacant or underutilized parcels. Some of them are closed down gas stations. That's not typical uses of a freeway interchange. Usually a freeway interchange is the backbone of your economy. It's kind of the backbone of the aesthetics of the community. That's what people see when they first come to a community. I don't mean to be critical, but we have a major intersection in our community that is dominated by a tax-exempt, non-revenue producing entity. We have a post office on a freeway interchange. You don't have very many freeway interchanges. We don't have very many opportunities for real economic growth. So we have to be very conscious about what we're doing when we're talking about our freeway interchanges. And I'm not trying to overbuild. I'm just trying to say we have to be realistic that we have balance in our community, and we have residents that want to see things in our community. They want to see sand on the beach. They want to see more police. They want to see these things. All those things require resources, and those resources can come in any number of ways, but one of them is economic development, to try and bring more revenue to our community so we can have some of the things our residents are looking for. It's not nefarious. We're just trying to solve a math equation.
Any other comments from council members?
No more questions for Adam. This is time for discussion.
Yeah, well, discussion, absolutely.
Sure. Well, I'll weigh in since I'm the one that asked that we look at other options on this. And I know this keeps on being centered on the hotel. I can tell you that wasn't my motivation. My motivation truly was to look at other parts of the city, because on this overlay map, I have heard rumors from people that want to develop their property, and they sound like really good projects. They would probably need some modification from our code or our master plan, and yet they wouldn't be invasive. The specific projects I'm thinking about, they wouldn't be invasive. They wouldn't block any views. They would be great projects. So I just wanted to add those as possibilities. I was concerned about the notice. At the last meetings, we had a lot of concerned citizens, emailing in and calling in, but that wasn't the reason I asked for this to be brought back. I think any project that actually comes before a viable project we need to notice, and we need to have input from the community for sure. The one thing is, if we pass this tonight, it doesn't block any projects and it doesn't approve any projects. Project would still have to come, any project would still have to become, ultimately, if the Planning Commission refused it, they could appeal it, and it's going to come to us. It doesn't really change any process, but it at least does start us to think about different locations that might really benefit the city if we develop them. And it gives developers an opportunity to look and say, gee whiz, there's a lot of developers that don't want to work in our city. And one of the reasons is because it's been so restrictive from the get-go. At least this maybe gives you a light at the end of the tunnel. But the bottom line is, whatever project comes before us, if it impacts the community in a negative way, I wouldn't support it. And I doubt that any of us up here would. But if we could find projects that by this negotiation, we get more parking, we get more access, and it isn't invasive on the community, I think we should support those projects. And so I think this is a way of doing that. It doesn't approve anything. It doesn't deny anything. The process is still the same. So that's basically my...
Thank you. Other comments?
I think I'm in supportive of this, except my one concern is that increased height provision. And I don't know if someone on the council can alleviate my concerns on this increased height provision. Can go with this.
And I'll address that specifically. This isn't a location where the hotel is. This is south of there. I've seen conceptual drawings of something that would be above our height limitation, but actually wouldn't go above the freeway. And it would allow for a great project if we could modify our height limitation. So, and again, passing this doesn't say, oh, we're letting you go unlimited heights. It doesn't. I mean, our codes are still in effect. It just gives the option of possibly modifying them, and there's no set number. It doesn't say, yes, you can go above our height limitation now. It just gives the option of us working on specific projects to see if a give and take benefits the community in a positive way as opposed to a negative way, and we can pass that project. And that's what most communities do. Again, it's not changing our code. So it puts the responsibility on us, Mark, because with this, there's probably going to be more developers that say, we got a chance to do a good project, and they'll come to us, and we're going to maybe have to make some tough decisions, but that's what we will have to do. It's not going to be rubber stamped and sent through anything that is modified or different than our code is now, unless it comes to us.
Any other comments under discussion?
No, I just think it's a good beginning, and as has been stated, there is plenty of opportunity throughout this process to negotiate and find it, but unless we tell people that we're interested in negotiating these things, they won't come and deal with this. So I think it's a good start, and I've already made the motion to approve this. I don't know if you saw that.
Well, let's have comments if there are other comments.
Yeah, I have some comments. I think the first thing is that the gateway area is to be defined or to be drawn up by the staff. I would recommend that we not just look at the gateway areas, but also any area that we consider underdeveloped and underutilized. I'll give you an example, South El Camino Real corridor, Los Molinos industrial area, the whole area can use some incentive if you want to. Another comment is that if you name one single most important factor to preserve our small town character, there are many of them, but the single most important one would be the building height, because it gives the human scale of our building and street spaces. So I'd be very wary of if any proposed ordinance coming back would give an applicant an automatic concession on the building height. The city council needs to retain the control. We're essentially inviting developers and applicants to make offer to the city for them to exceed what's required by our zoning code and the general plan in exchange for some concession. The council needs to have a total control to make a findings. If we believe that's not worthwhile or the benefits doesn't offset the negative impact, however we evaluate it, if we don't believe it's worth it, we should be able to reject it.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
what it
it
does.
is exactly. And I like your comment, Councilman, regarding the underutilized and underdeveloped areas that need economic development. But I think the staff proposal is spot on to identify the other key gateway entry marks. But I liked your comments as well. Quick question to the city manager. When this item comes back, Could it include a consideration or a potential involvement for underutilized and underdeveloped commercial areas, as Mr. Wu just mentioned? I think that's
Absolutely, the direction of the council will include that.
Anyway, those are my comments. I'm glad to see this back. I think we're looking at it smartly. I know a lot of people in our community will say, no development, this is just crazy, any development's crazy. But Ole Hansen, if he were here 100 years later, he would say, we now live in a county of 3 million people. We've got 300,000 people a day driving through the middle of our town. And if we don't take advantage of some of the economic opportunities, we're not being smart and wise in a way that keeps the character of our town looking good. So that's my only comment. Unless there are any other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I've made the motion.
Make it again, please.
There's a button here that we push to make a motion.
Oh. What is it?
I second it. On the staff report, there's
Okay, I don't, okay. Well.
Okay,
motion is-
I will state.
Mark seconded it, okay, I think that's what's on the screen.
I will make a recommendation to adopt resolution number 25-02. Do we have to read the whole thing? Okay,
Including those 3 items.
including 3 items,
Okay,
yeah.
that's the motion, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor? It's, hit our buttons.
Carries
Carries
5-0.
5-0. Next item is the consent calendar. Before we get into.
Mayor, we have one more item, 10E, consideration.
Oh, I apologize. We do. 10E, go right ahead, Madam Clerk.
Consideration of a resolution reestablishing the utility box art program and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good evening, Mayor Noblock, Council. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. I will be brief this evening because I do believe the contents of the staff report really summarizes the intent. I do want to, Megan, if you go to the next slide, just so everyone's on the same page, when we talk about utility box art, this is what we are referring to. We've seen these all throughout town. This is something the Arts and Culture Committee has been working on as a revitalization of this program. We've had a number of boxes that have been replaced now that are no longer painted, and there's also a series of boxes that we know we want to add to this program as well. Megan, if you could go to the next slide. So these are the proposed locations that we would want to tackle in the next immediate phases, 1 or 2 phases. This is about 10 right here. But as the staff report indicates, we're looking about 24 total. All of the locations are within major thoroughfares, El Camino Real, Pico, Camino de los Mares, those areas, not really weaving into any residential areas at this time. And it's estimated that with the artist stipend and all in, we're looking at about $1,000 per box. At this time, staff's not seeking any funding from the city at this point. The Arts and Culture Committee feels confident that they can find funding sources through local civic groups. And they've already got some early commitments from some of those organizations, including the Women's Club. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. If not, that concludes my presentation.
Just a quick question. So I assume when there's a proposal to paint a box, somebody does a review of it?
Yeah, so a major piece of this, and this is what the committee will be so great for, is that public call for art. And that would consist of 2 Arts and Culture Committee members, a representative from the San Clemente Art Association, as well as if there's a funding organization, say that's Historical Society or Women's Club, a member from their organization would also be representative, and they would go through the applications and determine which fits best. And there's some criteria that we would be looking at. It of course needs to speak to the culture and the history of San Clemente to some extent. There's some details listed within the summary policy in Exhibit A.
Nothing political, right?
Nothing political.
Okay.
No.
Why not? No, Chairman, yeah, I had a couple of questions. My concern with this is that, let's say I have a box across the street from my house, and they decide we're going to paint it fluorescent orange and fluorescent purple, and artists could do, some interesting stuff. do the neighbors in an area, I'm not talking about myself specifically, but do the neighbors in front and surrounding, like, do they have any input, or do they have any say, or are they consulted?
Good question.
Yes, it's a great question. And of course they would be. We would treat, if we get into any residential area to that extent, we would treat that utility box art just, it's general notice. We would want to notice not just the neighbor right in front, but up and down the block, because everybody's going to be driving by that. We want to make sure it's not going to be offensive to anybody's eyes when they're coming in and out of their house. So that would be duly noticed. We would appreciate any kind of public participation in that process as well. There is even an opportunity that we could bring the final selections to the Arts and Culture Committee as a whole, and they could stamp of approval prior to anything being put out.
Any other questions of staff?
Yeah, I only have one question. Why they're required to be 18 years or older?
That's a requirement that we've seen in other agencies. I'm not totally sure on the reason why. We did in the previous program, I think the youngest was 14. So if council wanted to lower that age to allow for some younger artists, totally amenable to that as well.
Well, if you don't have compelling reason to exclude those young artists, I would recommend that we remove that age limit, unless maybe our city attorney has some.
So 18 years of age is the age of contracting. So you would have to get, it would be a contract with the parent.
Yeah.
But you could still, there are ways around it if the council would like to do that.
Okay, that would be fine with parental consent or whatever
Yeah.
would be
We
fine.
have
That's
some-
fine.
We have some great high school artists out there. Give
Yeah.
them a shot. Yeah.
As long as it's parental consent, then I'd say any age.
Yeah, of course. I also like the idea that have the Arts and Culture Committee to finally approve everything before they're implemented.
Certainly.
Any other comments? Well, just let me say, I think the last staunch of artwork on our utility boxes was phenomenal. It was a real gift to the city. I was delighted to see it, so I'm glad this is coming back, and we're going to do even more. So I'm totally supportive. Do we have a motion? Or, I'm sorry, was there any public comments? I apologize.
There are no public
Okay.
comments.
Motion?
I make a motion to adopt a resolution number 25-03
With the modification of the.
with modification
Parental
that
consent.
we remove the age limit. With the-
Under 18 with
Under
parental
18 with the parent consent, as well as we have the Art and Culture Committee to approve the final work.
Motion on the floor?
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded. Let's vote.
That carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. The next item is our consent calendar. Do we have any public comments before we?
We do not have any public
Okay.
comments.
Did anyone want to pull any item on the consent calendar?
No.
If not, do I hear a motion?
I'll move to the consent calendar.
Motion's made by Councilman Cabral, seconded by Councilman Loeffler. Let's vote.
So I can add it in here real quick. Let's see here. Cabral,
Rick, did you press the second? Yeah.
Loeffler. There you go. That carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item is oral communications, part 2. Do we have any public comments?
We do have one speaker, Karen New.
Just one?
Good evening, City Council. I'm here today because the tree issue with Broadmoor Homeowners Association and the Felicidad neighbors apparently came up earlier today. And I thought I would offer some perspective. I am a vice president on the Broadmoor Homeowners Association. So I just wanted to inform you what we have been doing, because it sounds like there was concerns that we haven't been actively involved in this. So the Broadmoor Board of Directors understands that the city is very concerned about this, and we take your concerns very clearly. Following the initial city council discussion in November, this issue was a primary topic of discussion at the very next Board of Directors meeting, and it will be the primary topic of discussion at our Board of Directors meeting tomorrow. Our meetings are on third Wednesdays. In fact, we normally do not hold a December board meeting, but we held one specifically to discuss this issue. So we really have been putting some time into this. The city has asked for a change in a long-standing Broadmoor homeowners HOA policy that would significantly impact our homeowners. We, as a volunteer HOA board, are doing our best to determine the most appropriate way to address the concerns raised by the city. We are not ignoring the city. Expectations need to be realistic. These issues have been a decade in the making and are not going to be resolved in weeks. The city's involvement in this issue came up during the holiday season when we already had our manager on vacation, and it's been causing, time delays for us. We are a very small homeowner association. All of us are volunteer board members, and we are doing our best to address this issue. We are taking it seriously, and we are working on it. That's all
It's
I have.
encouraging to hear.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
We have one more speaker, Tony Rubelino.
Council, we've got a really historic week coming up with the presidential inauguration, and I think that we collectively as St. Clementians can be thankful that the majority of the citizens across the entire nation decided that it was time for a change from the previous administration. And you'll hear a common theme, I believe, in the week ahead: common sense. I think that's what we're going to get back to. We've been already hearing that we should be expecting upwards of 100 executive orders starting on Monday, right after the inauguration. And I think that these should be fruitful and beneficial for everybody here, regardless of your political leanings. And I welcome and celebrate this. I think that it is, in the past week, I think that we've had a few reminders of how we got here. Today, there was a House vote on H.R. 28, which was called the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025. It addresses the transgender issue in sports, and it actually did pass the House, but our congressional representative, Mike Levin, voted against it. It's really unfortunate. I think that says a lot about Mike Levin's political leanings and how he decides to represent his constituents. I know that Mark also, as a St. Clemente High School teacher, he actually made a post about 4 years ago on Twitter before he deleted it, I think is an effort to try and hide that from the population. And Mark's tweet was, a student of mine said that Wednesday's events, this is referencing J6, were the Democrats' fault. I quickly corrected him and talked about disinformation campaigns on social media and conservative news. Everyone, especially educators, needs to step up and call out this BS if we want to preserve democracy. That was on January 9th, 2021. This is how we got here. That so many people like Mark and our public school system are electeds. We've got Newsom, a top-down failure across the board that have led to the LA wildfires. It's not climate change. There was a complete, just absolute abysmal destruction of leadership there. So I'm thankful and I look forward to the changes ahead, and I assure all of you, as well as St. Clementian representation here, that we have a lot of upward, positive light to look forward to, and I'm really excited about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I would like to address some of those things because I was addressed in those. So,
Since he commented on you directly, go ahead.
yes, thank you. So a couple things on the January 6th tweet that was from 4 years ago. Then we need to recognize that, in fact, yes, there was an insurrection on our Capitol. And the rumors that were going around at that time was that somehow Democrats caused that insurrection, which was completely false. One of the things I teach is how to recognize truth versus falsehoods, especially in the media, and that was what was going on at that time. So another very blatant false statement. Another blatant false statement is that, oh, these climate change things aren't caused, or these fires aren't caused by climate change. Yes, they are, and we have to live in a reality that says so. So again, thank you always. At some point, I hope that you are brave enough to come and say these things at the earlier meeting. I really do.
Okay, item 13, do we have any future agenda items that would like to be on the agenda?
Yeah.
Let's start with Mr. Wu. What do you have?
Mayor, thank you giving me that opportunity. One thing, since we are talking about removing obstacles for future development, there's a related item I always thought about, and I want to bring it up tonight, that I would recommend that the city to start the process to create a shared parking analysis guideline. Parking has always been a very contentious issue. Applicants and residents or people opposing a specific project, they argue about parking and how the shared parking is done, because taking a recent example, the Hotel Clemente used a parking analysis, and almost every project that in the urban or a very dense area, they're using shared parking. Shared parking is something I always advocated for. But over the time, what we found is that a lot of applicants will take advantage of it, but they will create their own methodology in a sense. Supposedly, they're using the ULI methodology, but a lot of time they tweak it, they commingle it with different standards. That creates some issue that the city cannot consistently review those parking analysis, and we have to rely on a third party.
So you want a review for ordinance purposes, policy purposes? What do you want on our agenda?
I want the city, I want the staff to come back with a policy, with the, similar to our design guideline, to make a shared parking guideline. In essence, is to create a San Clemente version of a ULI, shared parking analysis. An example would be, because the hotel is in the downtown area, they would be able to use a certain reduction on the parking demand. But the shared parking by ULI was talking about downtown Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York. That's very different from downtown San Clemente.
Would you like to agendize a discussion on that topic?
I'd like, we can agendize, yes, agendize a discussion on that topic.
Take two votes to agendize it, 3 to have a staff report, so.
Okay.
Is that,
So we can have a guideline the staff can follow to review the parking analysis in a much more objective and a predictable way. Also, that allows applicants to have a better anticipation of how much parking they should provide.
So, like using the hotel on Del Mar, because the parking is, that the city had its study, and then the hotel had its study, and they were trying to find somewhere in the middle. Would what you want to discuss find something that would be more definitive when a project like that comes up?
Well, there are two methodologies. One is a by city zoning code. It's a by code. A second methodology is using a parking analysis. Parking analysis consider other factors because they are shared by different users. Therefore, the total demand would be lower. That's according to Urban Land Institute methodology, industry standard.
let me ask a question to save some staff time. Do you have a specific recommendation in that area that you'd like to bring to this council, or are you looking for staff to work this up and analyze it? I'm thinking if you have a specific idea in mind, we can agendize your
Well,
proposal.
the specific idea is to create a San Clemente version of the ULI shared parking
I think what Steve's
analysis.
saying, could you bring a matrix what
Yeah,
that
did-
will look like, or do you want the
did you-
staff to do?
Oh,
a
that
project?
needs to be done by the staff.
Okay, all right, well, that's your recommendation?
My concern with something like that, I mean, we sit up here, we have a lot of great ideas, but we have limited staff times, and I would like a report on parking enforcement, parking lot development, but I know that staff doesn't have time to do everything, and so I think you have to clarify a little bit better what exactly you want the staff to do, or else we'll end up, I think, similar to we ended up earlier with the policy on the mayors, where we sit here and we talk for an hour because we really don't understand, they don't understand what you want, and I would recommend that. But
Thank you. I come back with some presentation to you and then ask you to support that.
Okay.
And similar to our design guideline, it doesn't have to be done by the staff because we hired a outside consultant to create the design guideline. Similarly, we can hire a parking analysis consultant to create a San Clemente version of shared parking.
Well, so are you withdrawing your, I mean,
Yeah, I will withdraw and I come back with it.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other items to be agendized?
yeah, I'd like to agendize the Felicidad, not necessarily for the next meeting, but at a future meeting, just to put that back on the agenda so we get a better understanding of where this is, and just a report if we get a second and a third just to put a little bit of pressure to make sure that the parties are moving forward.
I would second that with maybe a target more in March, like 60 days for them to try to figure it out. I mean,
Is that acceptable? I'll go with a third on that.
Yeah,
And I appreciate you bringing it up.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
going to bring it up. I think that item needs to be resolved. I think with the holidays, it's understandable that the response was maybe a little slow, but I think that needs to be resolved. It's a significant issue in our community, and I think we have the ability to solve it for them if they're not able to work it out themselves. I was hoping they would. We all hoped they would. They apparently didn't, but again, the holidays, the new year, people are busy, things are going on, so.
Oh, yeah.
I think, I'll vote for a third, but I think hopefully they're listening to this meeting, they understand that it sounds like this council's willing to solve problems for them if they can't solve them themselves, so.
I think we made
I'm
that
hoping-
clear at the last meeting. Yeah.
I thought we did, but apparently here we are, so I hope they're listening, and I hope we'll resolve this, so. Three votes to bring that back with a staff report, similar to what we had before. Okay, next, any other items?
I've got like 2.5 items.
Let's go. Vic, do you have any more?
No more.
Okay, Rick, go ahead.
Okay. I don't like giving staff work. This was actually requested by Samantha Wiley. The issue is, so, yeah, is she here to defend herself? No, but actually, she did want this agendized. We're discussing after school and different activities at Maxburg Park. It's being underutilized. There's a policy about what they can actually do at that park after school, because at one time, there was a lot of residents that didn't want to be exposed to, soccer or volleyball, whatever they do. Well, the demographic of that neighborhood has changed since, in the last 10 years, whenever this policy put in, there's a lot of young families with a lot of young kids actually living around that school. So Samantha, and we talked about this, but she actually wanted to have council direct her to analyze the possibility of changing what the policy is about what could be offered after school. And that's basically what it is, to have a possibility of more after-school activities there for families in the neighborhood that seem to be reaching out and want to do that. There's really not much for them to do after school, and if they had some more activities, it might, the feeling is the community, at 4 o'clock, there's a different element that comes into that park. And if there were more families doing more family activities, it might alleviate that. So
I could second that. Could I make a recommendation that we do have our retreat coming up soon, that may we agendize this maybe for the March meeting or later we just have a lot of things on staff's plate right now.
Well, she asked that we agendize this so she could.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to ask her boss if that's something you want on this agenda, or can you have her prepare a recommendation in due course? And
I don't think she put a time limit on it.
Yeah, I haven't heard this particular issue. I haven't had a chance to talk with Samantha about it, but if she's bringing it up, she's probably put a lot of thought into it. Let me check with her. If she's ready to go, we'll bring it back in February. If not,
Whenever.
March, but we'll get right on it.
Probably need a third.
Okay.
I do have one other item when,
Okay,
at
so
the
let's,
appropriate
before
time.
we wrap that up, the last item, it's going to be on the agenda, subject to your timing with Samantha on when to bring that back? Okay.
He needs a third, though.
I need a third to send it to staff.
Who's seconded?
I seconded.
I'll third it.
Okay, one other,
I'm sorry, did you have any more, Victor?
Yeah, I
Because you
do.
started, let me.
Yeah.
oh, I finished with Victor?
At the last meeting, the pickleball at Sanji, I offered a substitute amendment that said we would look at building a pickleball court by the freeway. And I just want to get some, I don't know what the time frame is for getting some feedback and, on that. And, Andy, would there be an appropriate time to bring that back that gives you the space and the time, given your workload?
Victor, would that be appropriate at our capital improvement project retreat when we're discussing?
Well, we've already approved it. We just need to get a report on the status.
Well, I see what Mayor's saying here, though. I have other capital improvement projects I want to get.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get updates on as well, and I don't want, to bump this to the top of the line with all the other things that we have. Like, I'd love to hear about this at our retreat, for instance, instead of during an agenda.
Could that be discussed?
Yeah.
Because I think we definitely need to make some progress on that, but
Yeah.
I think if they bring it up, we can.
Do you need a second to put it on that agenda? Okay, good.
We'll certainly be discussing all,
Okay.
we'll be discussing all the capital projects for sure.
Back to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't need a staff report on this. We're going back to parking again. We talked about parking a lot. A parking lot, yeah. Okay. I'd like to bring back I will do the research and do the report on what it would look like if we had, and this just isn't at Maxbury Park. This is in the highly dense areas where parking is an issue, of a resident parking permit program. And staff doesn't have to do it. I will bring something back and,
I'll second that discussion.
okay, thank you.
Absolutely. That's
And
important.
the last thing, this isn't an agenda item, but I've had a lot of residents call me and ask me, where's the beach dog thing at? I know we sent it to beaches and parks, and I think the direction was figure out a pilot program or a location for how do we try this? What should be the hours? And I never heard back anything from them. What did the Beaches and Parks Commission do with that?
I will get you an answer and send that to each one of you as a memo.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm not agendizing that. That was an agendized ask.
Right, the way
item I'm
you
just
asked that,
asking
I'll
about.
get it to you and
Okay.
I'll get an answer to you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Mark, did you have?
Yeah,
anything?
nothing that really needs to be agendized, but the one constituent brought up tonight, trees at Verde Park and the eucalyptus trees there. It doesn't need to be an agenda item, but I would just love to see what's going on there, if that needs to be addressed or not.
Or
At Verde Park.
communication
Yeah.
to us on what's going on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I add to that? There are also trees at Marblehead, the same eucalyptus forest at Marblehead that raise the same concern about fire, and they're overgrown, and
Isn't that on your HOA property?
it's on a separate HOA property.
Okay, so is this something we need to have a city ordinance about eucalyptus trees?
Like give
No,
you a
no,
code
no.
violation?
No, I'm adding the same,
Okay.
the same
To
concern.
a tray memo with.
Yeah.
No, okay. All right, any other items to be agendized? I have one item. I'd like us to consider joining a lawsuit that the city of Huntington Beach filed against the state of California, against SB 54, which makes it illegal for local jurisdictions to cooperate with ICE in they're doing their duties of protecting our country from the 10 million plus illegal immigrants and the multiple pangas that are rolling up on our beach on apparently just about a weekly basis. So they filed a lawsuit. I don't know that this will cost the city any money. They're just looking for support. So I'm talking, what I'd like to agendize is us joining as a plaintiff their lawsuit.
Mayor, I think you're asking to have a closed session on initiation of litigation, probably, so, yeah, we can do that.
Would that be appropriate in closed session to discuss this?
If, you can discuss it in open session if you'd like, but
The
my
lawsuit,
recommendation
the
would be-
lawsuit's been filed. It's an important public policy issue. We've discussed litigation a little bit in the past. What do my counsel, do you want to discuss this publicly or privately, or do you want to discuss it at all?
Its lawsuit's been filed. I have no problem with discussing it publicly, so public can make comments and.
Okay, well then, I'd like to agendize that, just a simple, no staff report, just to join in that lawsuit as a co-plaintiff.
A second.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything?
You don't want to report on it?
No, I don't think we need a report on it. The lawsuit is what it is, it's public record. You might have a copy of the lawsuit in case, I mean, people can look it up, but maybe just a copy of that lawsuit if it's not 150 pages.
We'll need a third for that.
Yeah, do you want to?
I just did.
Oh, you did. Okay. Is that all right with the second?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's three then, thank you. Any other future agenda items? Hearing none, let's go.
I would only add to that, we look at the costs also, whether,
Absolutely.
and exposure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that
If we're just filing as an amicus or,
Will that third that you gave include a report from the city attorney regarding that? Exposure and, I mean, a legal analysis?
Amicus joining as a friend of the court, and
Would that be better to do in closed session?
if you would like opinions from me, I would prefer to give them to you in closed session.
Okay.
If it's talking about risk and liability, if you're just talking.
Well, how about would you amend your,
yeah, we can discuss it in closed session.
okay, with that, I would still second.
and I'll give it the third.
Okay.
So after closed session, if we decide to talk about
We can always bring it
openly,
back.
we can bring it. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we'd have to agendize it when we come back if we decide to.
So maybe the council wants to have two items, one in closed session and one in open session.
Okay, in case we decide to discuss it after we
No,
discuss
we
it.
do the closed session first.
Okay,
then we
so
decide.
two agendized items, thank you. Commission and committee reports, item 14. Any reports?
I think I gave them already.
Yeah, you did, that was very thorough, good. Council subcommittee updates? I think those have all been given. City attorney, do you have any reports?
No, it's just a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente. Thank
We're honored to
you.
have you here. Mr. City Manager?
I do. I did get word from Samantha that she would like to take that Maxburg policy to the Beach Parks and Recreation perhaps in February, to the council in March or April, just to kind of give you a timeline. So just want to give you an update on that. We have a few contracts, one to the Community Counterpart Services Incorporated, providing for professional planning consulting services in the amount not to exceed $60,000. Sancon Technologies Incorporated for 216 Avenida La Cuesta Sewer Line Rehabilitation in the amount of $58,760. Torres Sanitation Systems Construction providing for SSGM and 13540 and SSGM 13548 sanitary sewer line in the amount of $49,980. Digital Map Incorporated providing for aerial data collection in the amount of $47,393.01. And amendment number 2 to the Eckersall LLC providing for our GIS, Geographic Information System, in the amount not to exceed $60,000. And with that, thank you for all that you do. I know it was a long but a great meeting.
And those contracts have been issued?
Yes, they have been approved by the council, and they will be listed on the webpage,
Have
these
they been approved
contracts.
by the council, but you're reporting them?
They
out?
are, I'm sorry, been approved in the budget, sorry.
In the budget,
I
okay.
meant to say budget. I'm looking at you and thinking budget, sorry.
All righty, thank you. Then on to item 15, adjournment, and I'd just like to ask that we adjourn our meeting this evening in memory of several public safety officials. We opened the meeting in one with Kevin Skinner. The second, Dana Friedman, who worked as an animal services officer with Coastal Animal Service Authority, our shelter. Dana dedicated over 16 years serving the city of San Clemente and Dana Point, responding to animal-related issues and emergencies. And on behalf of the city of San Clemente, myself, and this council would like to extend our sincerest condolences to Dana's wife, Lynn. And also for the literally dozens of people that have lost their lives in the fire that I can't even name, but there's so many and there's so many more. In their memory, would like to close this meeting. So with that, I move we close and to the next regular city council meeting to take place on February the 4th. Closed session to begin at 4:30, regular session to begin at 5:30 p.m. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente, California.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.
I think he said in the name of the city council.
We're in city council.